Check, check. Good morning, everyone. It's February 19 at 10:30 a.m. We are convening the public hearing for planning and development committees. We have a great speaker list today. With that, I would like to ask my co-chair if you have any remarks.
No main remarks, just excited to get started and looking forward to hearing from the public.
And our two ranking members, I believe they are on Zoom today. Senator Gordon, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to the public hearing today.
Thank you. And Abdullah, I don't know, I don't see you. Oh, he's going to be with us later. Thank you, everyone, and thank you all our speakers in person and on Zoom. We are looking forward to hearing from each and every single one of you today. And with that, I want to ask all the speakers, you will call by your names. You will introduce yourself and proceed your presentation. You will have 3 minutes, followed by question. With that, I want to ask so please welcome our first speaker of day today, Mark Bernanke. Mark Bernanke. Welcome and thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests of Planning and Development. My name is Mark Bernanke. I'm the New Britain Town and City Clerk. I co-chair the Connecticut Town Clerks Association Legislative and Elections Committee, along with my co-chair, Chick Spinelli from Waterbury. You do have our written testimony for that, and I'll basically summarize it. CTCA opposes Bill 5615, requiring registrars of vital statistics to identify graves in cemeteries. Sextons are currently responsible for the upkeep of cemeteries and grave locations. Town clerks are the 211 and 411 of our towns. We are the problem solvers in all of our towns. Based on the limited information in this bill, it's unclear what the problem is and how to solve that particular problem. We are always looking to address problems as an association, and we will look forward to working with the legislature to solve problems. We are also opposed to House Bill 6822, prohibiting municipal employees from seeking municipal legislative bodies. Town clerks are responsible for building the ballots in municipal elections. This bill provides no guidance other than the general concept. There is some concern that we could be disenfranchising electors from engaging in their town's government process. Additionally, most of our towns do have an ethics ordinance on the books, as well as an ethics board to provide guidance for all town employees, including elected officials, to follow. Prior to my 12 years of being a town clerk, I served on the New Britain City Council for 18 years. I had some members that were police officers, fire officials, public works employees, park and rec employees, Fair Rent Commission employee, and people that worked for the Board of Education. We thought that their insight into town issues were invaluable, and we always looked forward to their counsel when we had issues to discuss. Today, it's very difficult for towns to fill slates, and some slates go unfilled. We encourage everyone to participate, and everyone should have a right to serve. So with that, thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So have you ever had a conflict of interest charge leveled at a town employee that was serving on a board or commission?
If we did, the ethics board is sworn to secrecy, so we really don't know who is brought up on that. I can say that it's very, very rare, if any, in New Britain anyway, that had an ethics violation brought up against them.
The reason why I asked that question is the fact that if that law were to be created and passed, you're absolutely correct. There are a number of people that would be locked out of the process. They're taxpayers in the community. yes, they work for the town, but my experience, my 20+ years experience serving at the town level, people were very careful about a conflict of interest if they were serving on a board or commission or they worked for the town in some kind of a capacity. And it seems to me you're echoing basically what I saw, and that was no issues pertaining to charges of ethics being violated. And if there was a situation, a person would recuse themselves immediately before the discussion item occurred. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, in New Britain, we have an annual financial disclosure form that they send to the town clerk, to myself, including myself, because I am an elected official, that outlines any potential financial conflicts we may have. And that's required by all elected officials as well as some town department heads. That's required to submit that. So that way people are well aware, it's transparent in terms of whether you're working for the town or you do town business, whether you're on the bid list or things like that, it's made publicly known to people. If you are elected and you serve on the legislative body, here are some of our conflicts that may arise.
And one final comment. We have yearly, well, actually, it's either yearly or every other year, ethics training. An attorney comes in, explains the ethics laws so that people have no question in their mind as to when they shouldn't recuse themselves. Or let me rephrase that. Would that be an appropriate requirement in all communities?
I can speak for New Britain. Every year, with the assistance of now retired West Hartford Town Clerk Essie LeBreau, we put together a Welcome to Public Service Guide, and we have a big section dealing with ethics in that, and shows how to run a meeting, how to set out an agenda, what is public participation, where is that granted, what is executive session, and then ethics.
Well, I thank you for your commentary there, and I do want to recognize your stellar department in New Britain. I'd had the opportunity a couple years ago to go there for some information, and the people that work in the town clerk's office, you should be very, very proud of them. They do a great job.
Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just want to recognize our esteemed ranking member, Rep. Julo. I see him, online. With that, and Rep. Dabaski.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. With regard to 6822, how do you interpret the term legislative bodies?
In my town, to me, that would be either the Board of Education or the City Council. We call it the Common Council.
Okay, would it, so I've heard several different interpretations of this, and I'm interested to hear how the people who would be affected interpret it. So, for example, do you interpret this to mean that somebody who's a teacher at the school is unable to serve on the Board of Finance, for example, or a zoning commission or something like that?
The Town Clerks Association is very forthright in their training and education for town clerks. We have to be certified by the state of Connecticut to become a town clerk. We are process-driven, and we also look for the particulars of any given bill or statute. We currently have to follow over 500 state statutes that you folks develop, and clarity is one thing that I would definitely stress with any of these bills. And usually we testify on things because we actually see legislation, so there's nothing left to interpretation on this. But since this is more a concept bill, we would definitely like to make sure that we're all following the same bill or the same intent for all 169 cities and towns.
Okay, well, I certainly have no doubt that the town clerks in this state practice their craft with the utmost skill and ability. But I guess my question is, do you interpret it to mean that a teacher would not be able to sit on the Board of Finance or something similar? Is that,
Myself personally, I would interpret that the teacher could not serve. But I
okay,
can't speak for the other 168 town clerks that might interpret it differently. That's why we need specificity in the law.
got it. Okay, now with regard to the cemetery bill, is it your understanding that every municipality has a cemetery sexton of some sort?
If the town has a cemetery, I would say yes, but there are some cemeteries that are now defunct, and it's very difficult to try to find people that are responsible for those smaller cemeteries. New Britain probably has 7 to 8 cemeteries.
Okay, and you have a designated sexton?
For each cemetery, correct?
Oh, one for each?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this bill would transfer the responsibility from the sexton to somebody else?
As a matter of fact, I had a town clerk staff meeting last night. I can't repeat some of the comments that were made, but we're against having to go into cemeteries to locate graves. So that was our interpretation, or my staff's interpretation of it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Barnoki. This is why we're having the public hearing. We want to hear from the public. So this is how we can move, forward. The best process we can have. Thank you. Okay. I see we have a question from the Rep. Blocker, Centinela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I just, it's pretty clear to me when you're an elected official and you're sitting in your seat and you're also a town employee where the conflicts arise and where you need to abstain. But let's talk about for a minute what happens between 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock when you're a municipal employee and you're in a meeting with your supervisor and you're making decisions that impact the town. How do you get past the issue where your supervisor is looking at you as a subordinate versus a member of the elected body? And what about that conflict? And how does that become problematic throughout the process, even though at the end that person is going to abstain? They still have a disproportionate amount of information and influence at the end of the line. And was wondering if you could address that.
I don't have personal experience of that, but there have been teachers that served on the Board of Education or police officers that served on the city council. The way I view it personally is that they're also advocates for that particular agency. So they know the details of their job, of the department that they're in terms of their dialogue with their immediate supervisor. I can't testify to that because I've never been involved with that.
But could you see where that's difficult when you're a supervisor speaking to somebody who reports to you, who is also a member of the legislative body, and how that becomes a difficult situation, sort of the day-to-day operations of the government?
That can be, yeah. But also you take advantage of the person's position too to advocate again for that particular department. So if it's a teacher and a principal or a teacher and a superintendent, you would hope that there's a good line of communication and a good respect between both parties where they're able to come together and compromise or come to a consensus to be able to have that person speak for them also, not be an adversary, but be an advocate.
No doubt. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other question at this time. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you
Uh,
for your time. And we're also, again, we're looking forward to collaborating. CTCA has been around for many years, and we look forward to our continued relationship.
Absolutely. We are
Thank you.
looking forward to it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, John Lobin. John Lobin. John Lobin not here. I'm moving to our next speaker, Amy Maureen Bella. Representative, good to see you.
Thank you, and I'm glad I was able to be here in person instead of on Zoom. I am State Representative Amy Morin Bello, and good morning to Chairs Kavros DeGraw and Rahman, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. Today I'm speaking in support of Bill 6959, an act concerning the approval of solar energy systems in historic districts. I represent most of the town of Wethersfield, and I live in Old Wethersfield, home to the state's largest historic district. And we're a beautiful, thriving community full of old historic homes, newer homes, businesses, parklands, some town buildings, state buildings. And we have historic district commissioners who do a wonderful job to preserve that historic character in our town. That being said, we're at a point with our environment that's crucial. And our energy costs are skyrocketing, and residents are truly concerned with the cost of living in our state. And those residents are looking to find ways to generate clean, green solar energy. And as times change, we have to look at how technology enhances our lives and how that technology is integrated into our communities. The design of solar panels has improved. They're no longer so bulky and clunky. They're much more streamlined. They allow for more efficiency and a better aesthetic look. These solar panels are generating this clean energy, which is decreasing our reliance on fossil fuels. It's improving our air quality by decreasing our emissions. So the other aspect of this is that historic district commissions are made up of volunteers, and these volunteers have terms and there's turnover. And different members have different opinions, and some of their decisions are subjective. So this bill will remove some of the arbitrariness of the decision-making by allowing rear roof solar applications. So we're realizing that we don't necessarily want to put solar panels on the front of homes in a historic district, but this legislation would allow them on the rear of roofs without having to worry about a historic district approving some and not others. So I do realize there's a need for balance to keep our character, but also to allow residents the opportunity to reduce their carbon footprint and lower their monthly expenses. So by permitting installation of solar panels on the rear of homes, we can do both. So I hope you'll consider passing this bill out of committee. And I appreciate all of your time today.
Thank you, my esteemed chair, co-chair Kavros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Senator. Always good to see my classmate here. Question for you: how many times do you have a general idea of like how many times perhaps people have said no to these solar panels? I will say we certainly have challenges, as you mentioned, with volunteers, and I would imagine that across the state this is an issue because every community has a little bit of a different view. However, it would be easier, and especially because you're talking about only the rear, but I'm just wondering how many times you might know of that it's been turned down.
So the reason that I put this bill forth this session is because in the last few years, I have been approached by 3 residents in Wethersfield in our historic district that have been denied solar panels on their rear roofs. And then a 4th one that was prior to me being here took their denial to the court system, sued the town of Wethersfield in the Historic District Commission, and the court did find that they were able to put did find in favor of the resident, and they do have solar panels on their rear roof.
Wow, so that could be really expensive for the towns if the towns are getting sued
Absolutely.
over that. No, and
Absolutely.
I would also say, I'm sure people watching, you think, 3 people isn't a lot, but you have to remember the historic districts aren't that large. 3 people is, sometimes we receive 3 emails on one topic and we think that's a lot. So anyway, so I really appreciate that. And that gives a better flavor. I just am shocked, honestly, that they had to take it to court. And it's interesting that it was filed in their favor. So I'm glad you brought this bill forward, because this could save other towns a lot of money in lawsuits, because it could happen practically anywhere. So thanks so much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator.
I don't see any other, oh, yes, Representative Dubowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. This is a interesting issue. What if the house is not straight to the road and it's angled? And there really isn't a front and a rear of the roof. How does one, and you can see both sides of the roof from the street. Wouldn't there be some problem with it infringing on the historic nature of the community?
Okay. So I don't, I don't serve on planning and development or the planning and zoning committee in Weathersfield, but I know there are ways that towns determine the front, the side, and the rear of lots and of structures. For instance, people on corner lots, your house may look like it's on the front of a road, your street address may actually be the other road, and there are regulations that govern that. And I'm sorry, I don't know that, but I agree with you. And one of the people that approached me that had their solar denied was somebody who, if you stood on the road behind their house and looked through the trees, you could see the roof line. And so that's why the solar panels were denied. But at some point, we have to look at technology and how it changes and make some decisions about what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. And I feel that, allowing it on the rear roofs would be appropriate in the historic district.
Well, would you be amenable to some type of revision that said perhaps you could put it in a place where it is not visible from the street in the historic district?
Well, in a lot of cases, that's what they try to do. Like I said, we have great commissioners on the Historic District Commission, and I may go before that commission and say, "Hey, I want to put solar panels on the front of my house," and the commission would say, "Well, you can't put it on the front of your house. Let's work together and see if we can put them on a different part of your house." But for not everybody, they're not going to be able to find a solution for everybody if if they mandate that they can't be seen from any roadway, because the way houses are set up or on lots, that might not be might not be reasonable for some installations.
Well, I'm saying that from the roadway within the historic district. So if you've got like a historic road with a bunch of historic houses, and you put panels on the back where you can't see it from that road, even if you can see it from a helicopter or from, the top of a hill 2 miles away, that would not be a problem. I'm just concerned that, there are 169 different municipalities, many of which have historic districts. They're all considerably different. And to say sort of as of right, people can put solar panels in a historic district if they happen to be on the back of the house, seems to be a kind of sweeping with a broad brush. Do you disagree with me?
To my point, I find it a reasonable compromise for people who are looking to find alternative ways for energy, and certainly not permitting them to put them on the front of houses in a historic district. I agree with our historic district commission and their guidance on that. But I do feel we're tying people's hands when we're not allowing it on a rear of a house in a historic district.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it,
Thank you, Senator Hahn.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative Morinbillo. You raise a very, very interesting bill. You know, it encompasses historical district protection and preservation. You talk about kind of technology, but also you're looking at an emphasis in regards to utilizing renewable energy. And then the fourth component is personal property rights in that respect. So this simple bill is very, very complex. I don't know if you know the language of the bill. I have the advantage of having the bill in front of me. What does the definition of removing passing on to determining the appropriateness and of building materials and things like that under Section 1? What does that change in the definition seem to you? It seems to be significant. Passing on versus determining.
I'm sorry, I don't have the legislation in front of me, so I don't want to answer that without being able to read that complete area.
No, I understand that. That's why I
Yeah.
kind of prefaced it.
Yes.
The second part is Weathersfield. It's an incredible, beautiful main street from the church, and your previous predecessor, Representative Moore, and I spent many days talking about how incredibly beautiful and historical preservation down the main street before you turn the corner into the DMV. But historical preservation, historical districts is meant to preserve the historical context. And it brushes up against technologies you mentioned about it. And the designation of a small historical district is to kind of replicate that kind of a historical remnants. To have solar or satellite dishes seems to be inconsistent with the ideals and the vision and the designation by the community to be historical. What do you say to that for those that says it's a small, narrow part of our town we've designated as a historical source of pride and designation? We want to keep it reflecting the lives and the challenges and the status of the time that building was built. What do you answer to that? Because that is an important part why historical districts, as much as a small part of it, is designated in a community to
Sure.
preserve that.
Absolutely. And like I said, I think our Historic District Commission does a good job on that. And they have made rulings, excuse me, on solar on the fronts of buildings, because when we're driving down a road, maybe we don't necessarily want to see solar panels, splashed on the front of buildings. So I don't disagree that some of it may be considered an eyesore to some people to have a satellite dish or a solar panel on the front of a building. That's why when I was working to draft this bill, I understood that. And so I made it specific to the rear of buildings because it would be either not visible or very much less visible having those solar panels on the back of a building. And I do just want to preface this by saying that historic district commissions in our town, they're nominated by the political parties. In some towns, they may be elected folks, but they serve terms. And different members come and go. I live on Hartford Avenue, a very old street that borders the Weathersfield Cove. There's a home on Hartford Avenue that has solar panels all across the front of the property, all across the front of the roof, because when they requested the solar panel application before the HDC, it was permitted. And now the commission's not permitting it, and they're not permitting some of the rear applications as well. So I did touch on that in my testimony too, that you could get different rulings from different commissions just based on membership and their personal beliefs and their personal feelings on how solar panels look, or as you said, the dishes too. So I was hoping that in this bill, we would take out a little bit of that personal appeal decision-making and make it so that they would have to permit the rear roof solar panels.
Well, that goes to my fourth point is on the parts of local control and management is it is up to the governing body if it's by designation or election. It is determined by those municipal leaders. We're looking at dictating a state law to tell those local municipalities how they should operate, even though the winds of change, Lord knows we've seen that lately, is impacted by electoral results. Just pivoting, you mentioned Hartford Avenue and where you live. Is that section a historical designated district as well?
Yes, I do live in the historic district in the town of Weathersfield. Mhm.
And what was the argument when you said the inconsistency in the application, if I may?
I did have a conversation with one of the members on the Historic District Commission, and he did say, you know, the application came in and they looked it over and they approved it. And you know, I think over time, members realized they didn't like the way it looked, and so now they are not permitting it on the front of buildings. But again, this is for the rear facing buildings, the rear facing roofs.
Well, thank you for raising the bill. It brought up a lot of questions, and that's one of the great things about the Planning and Development Committee. We do address a lot of the issues you never think about,
Yeah.
and so thank you for bringing the insight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. And the Rep. Rader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming here to testify on this. I know you and I have talked offline about this bill and about the unique situation you've come across in your community. And I know I shared with Representative Morin-Bello that I spent much of my career in this world of historic preservation and architecture. And as many of my colleagues have testified here today, it's a very unique situation. You kind of have to look at it by building. But traditionally, historic commissions are, as we said, volunteers. And they don't always have the expertise. They have the intention and the interest in serving on these commissions, but they don't always have the expertise. And so the guidance and decisions can feel arbitrary as members come and go on serving in the commissions. And so while this legislation may feel that we're mandating it, I see it more as guidance. Because the intention typically in historic commission in districts is to protect primarily the front facade, because those individual buildings, I mean, they might be individually landmarked, but are typically not individually landmarked. And so in dealing with new advances in technology and new heating and ventilation systems and energy systems like solar panels, I do think it's helpful to establish some sort of baseline criteria, understanding for communities to go by. So I don't think this as a slap on the wrist to local commissions. I see it more as an opportunity for kind of a baseline expectation. And to what Representative Dubitsky pointed out, sometimes the buildings aren't oriented typically with their front facades facing the street line. So maybe there's some improvement to the language we can make to identify sight lines. Or, you know, I don't think we need to limit as to what Representative spoke of, where you go around the block and you can see through a tree the back of their roof. I think that's a little, it's overreaching, but maybe there's some way we can work the language to ensure that that typical intention with historic districts is to preserve the front facade. And the other thing we need to remember is that, and I'm sorry, I'm just reflecting off what my conversation with Representative Morin-Bello, is the financial impact to these homeowners. We don't want to hinder them being able to manage their properties, heat and cool them properly. And so I'm grateful that you brought this forward. I understand it can feel like an overreach, but I don't see it that way. And I hope we can work on the language to get to the intention that you have behind it. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Lamont Moore. Did I
Thank-
say right?
Yeah, you said it right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative, for this bill and your testimony. I represent a district comprised of 4 small towns. Each town has a historic district, and some of our properties go back to the 1600s, which at the time they didn't have bathrooms, kitchens, heat, or electricity, and they were much smaller than they are now. So in the last, 400, 500 years, they got bigger. But we still maintain our historic districts. And I think this bill, like the last representative said, is very important to establish a guideline to allow for the people who are living in these houses now and caring for them and loving them and maintaining them, but to also live in them within the technology that's available to them. And we take great pride in our historic districts, and we have historic houses, not even in the district, just scattered around the town. And we do maintain the facade, the front of the building, and the fencing has to meet a certain standard. So I don't see why this standard wouldn't align with those. So if if there's only certain colors you can paint the front of your house, this seems to be along those lines, and I really appreciate it because I think it will give the towns a basis to work with the residents and to make these homes, which most of our homes, people do live in them. So make them livable under current, what we have now. So I appreciate the bill, and I thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
All right, Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for putting this bill forward. I agree that there's an important need to balance interests here, and also want to echo what I've heard, that maintaining these homes can be very difficult, especially with the high cost of energy. So we have to look holistically at these homes, and providing lower cost solar energy is a way to help folks maintain the property. Did you happen to look at the national park standards when thinking about this bill? Because it feels very similar in intention to the national park standards.
No, I did not.
Okay, so yeah, I pulled it up, and they say installing a low profile solar device on historic building so that it is not visible or only minimally visible from the public right of way, which I think speaks to the concern you raised and also the concern Representative Dubitsky raised. So I'm hopeful we can come to consensus around the language there, because I think it's really right in line with the guidance that the Park Service has for properties in National Historic Register districts. I think it really aligns with what you've proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and Rep. Dilneki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. South Windsor also has a very robust historical district. The Bissell House being one of the crown jewels on there. And I have wonder if the solution here is an opt-in by a town, because some towns might want to do this. Some historical districts might want to do this, and others might not want to do it at all. And an opt-in would afford some level of local control, but also aesthetic control. Because I've learned with our historic district that people take huge levels of pride, and they're very, very protective about what the buildings look like and ensuring that they meet the context of what they would have looked like hundreds of years ago. So I just want to bounce that off of you, the concept of, Weathersfield might want to go with it. South Windsor might or might not, but offering it as a choice, I think, could be a reasonable compromise. What's your thought on that?
I don't like it. I'd like to see more uniformity, and to see, there's no guarantee that Weathersfield would like that, right? I think that it would help all historic districts to have some guidance on the placement of solar panels and permitting them in the rear of buildings.
I appreciate your candidness there. And thank you coming forward. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
forward with it.
Thank you, Representative. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here today with us. It's a really great bill, and thank you for introducing this bill. Hopefully, you all can come together and support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, Randy Collin, CCCM. Good to see you, Mr. Collins.
It is good to be here, and it's good to be here early. But you're not that many speakers, so it should be a good hearing. For the record, my name is Randy Collins, Associate Director of Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I'm here to speak on a few bills. I have a colleague coming up later, and we'll cover a few more as it is a robust agenda. Want to comment on Senate Bills 1316 and 6428 regarding delinquent interest rates on delinquent property taxes. CCM opposes these two bills. The bills would lower the current interest rate, which is 18% per annum, which actually is 1.5% a month and is not compounding. It is simple interest that we do impose on delinquent property taxes. Because of the regressive nature of the property tax, because municipalities are basically restricted to raising their revenue through the property tax, we need to have a means to get prompt payment. The bills for our towns come due. Residents have a responsibility to pay those property taxes. And the idea of, as I said, a 1.5% a month non-compounding is not an onerous burden, but it is enough to encourage that prompt, timely payment. When those payments aren't made, that burden simply has to shift onto somebody else to cover those expenditures. We would be always willing to work with the committee on this bill. It's a perennial issue. I think I've talked in front of the Finance and Banks Committee as well. Another bill, 6424, concerning property tax abatement in lieu of taxes for shopping malls converted into residential use. We oppose this. We appreciate we oppose any abatements or exemptions. We are just, we're restricted to a property tax, and we've seen well over 100 exemptions. We've seen some of our areas, New London, New Haven, almost 50% of their residential or their property tax base has been exempted, which continues to push a burden onto a smaller and smaller footprint. We do appreciate the language that says, hey, we'll provide a payment in lieu. But unfortunately for municipalities, that has been a promise that's been made repeatedly. Pilot is almost $400 million underfunded as it currently stands. We've seen manufacturing machinery and equipment has been exempted. There was payment. The payment has been swept. The exemption remains. So mayors and first selectmen are just hesitant of the sustainability of funding in lieu of local property taxes. Senate Bill 1041 concerning voluntary revenue sharing. We'd be happy to talk with the proponents of this bill. At this point, it's with certain municipalities. We don't understand what that, as it's only a proposed bill, what are certain municipalities, who would qualify, what are the variable mill rates, what is the revenue sharing? So we look forward to seeing more robust language before we could support Senate Bill 1041. And a few other bills, we'll be submitting written testimony on them, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You made a comment pertaining to the 18% interest. Do you recall when that was actually instituted and what was going on at the point in time that it was instituted?
I don't know when the 18% was, I'd have to look back at the notes. I know it's been longer than I've been at CCM, so it has been in place for, I would say, at least over 15 years, probably longer than that.
I'll mention the when and why. That was instituted during the hyperinflation that we had between President Carter and President Reagan. And rates were going astronomically high. And that 18% was instituted at that point in time. And it was never revisited afterwards when the hyperinflation came down. And I can tell you from my experience as a local leader, If there's one thing I heard so much about, and it was the 18% interest and the fact that that's what it stayed at and it was never addressed. And quite frankly, I've been an advocate right along to reduce that 18 down to 12. And it's interesting that the Connecticut Bankers Bankers Association, I should say, weighed in on the interest rate at 18, and actually a couple of years ago submitted testimony it should be 6. So any thoughts on that?
I can't speak to the Bankers Association. Obviously, they have a different different set of priorities than our municipalities do. Looking at the interest rates, as I said, if we're going to start to adjust them on how often, how frequently would we start to adjust them? If we tried to tie them, it would make it very difficult for tax collectors and budgeting of what are the interest rate for this bill is at this point. Next year we're setting a different interest rate. So the consistency and uniformity is important to our towns. And again, we just go back at 1.5% per month, not compounding. We do need some enforcement mechanism to prompt payment. We would love to look at how do we get away from property taxes. I know I brought this up, and it's a conversation that I've had before this committee and probably almost every committee we have. When municipalities are basically consigned to using property tax to fund almost everything, we have to use every methodology we can to ensure that we collect the revenue that we need. We're looking at the governor's proposed budget, flat funds, if not reduces funding for our municipalities. We've seen changes in motor vehicles. We're seeing our grand list reduced there. New exemptions for veterans, which are much more expensive than we thought. So again, we're pushing more onto a smaller tax base, which drives that burden, which really creates a regressive nature, which leads to a lot of delinquent property taxes. We understand that, but until we can comprehensively look at the current system and all aspects of the property tax, we need to be able to collect what we are allowed to.
Well, I appreciate your comments there. I do have to give a little reality check here and bear in mind, I was a 2-term mayor, 1-term deputy mayor, served on the town council from 95 till 2017, January of 2017. And the one thing that I learned from a number of people that would get in the rears on taxes, and they would want to pay the taxes. And the first thing I'd always hear is 18% per year. 18% per year. And if you're treading water and you're trying to pay your tax bill and the 18% is out there, that can actually be a inhibitor on somebody having the ability to pay their taxes. And the unintended consequence there is that many a time there'll be tax sales and a third party will buy them. And you end up having that 18% interest rate transferred to the third party. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I know usually from my experience and working over the years with the Tax Collectors Association, payments usually have to go a long time in arrears before something is assigned to put up for a tax sale and a third party vendor. I know our tax collectors will work with residents to figure out how a payment plan to move forward. And again, it is not our intention to see anybody removed from their homes. That is certainly not why any mayor or first selectman runs for local office. They do it to, how do we help our residents? And again, but when we don't have payments, it just shifts that burden. We have to provide a means to collect the revenue. There is no other option. We don't have revenue diversification. So at 18%, again, we look at it at 1.5% a month, simple interest. I mean, I think 18%, I think of a credit card, which is 18% compounding on a monthly basis, if not higher. So yes, it is 18% per annum, but we look at it as we need some type of, if we drop the interest rate too low, they can start to say, you know what, it's more effective to pay this bill first. We want to make sure our property taxes are first and foremost. And that's why we have priority liens and a number of different enforcement mechanisms, but not where we want to go. The ideal situation is property taxes are paid on time, and then we don't have to apply interest on delinquent taxes.
Well, I appreciate your comment about wanting to couch it as 1.5. The bottom line is it is 18%. And it is a tremendous challenge for some folks to pay that. And when they have their taxes assigned to a third party, it's even more difficult many a time. I know there's a number of bills that are circulating through here pertaining to 12%. And quite frankly, I'm an advocate of that. And I see, and I've met the people and I've tried to work with the people that found themselves in the rears. And one of the first challenges was always the fact that it was 18% per year. And that made it just that much more difficult for somebody to bail themselves out of a tough situation. So,
I understand.
but thank you for coming forward and your testimony on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Randy, good to see you. I appreciate CCM's work on behalf of municipalities. And I think one of the lead areas is the impact of state taxes and municipal aid, but also asking the state to give relief from unfunded mandates as it ultimately trickles down to impact property taxes. And so I understand that. And you are a fierce champion in looking to lower property taxes and its impact on constituents, but also maintaining some of the challenges of running municipalities. In that same light, I think we've all agreed that Connecticut is becoming untenably unaffordable. And people have struggled. We have tales of two different cities, the rich that everybody envisions what Connecticut is on the Gold Coast, and then we have a medium income level where nearly 40% of the state of Connecticut residents, nearly 40% makes less than $45,000. So when you talk about that from an affordability basis, this is a bill that's occurred many, many years. It's gotten through various chambers, but ultimately there was a real concern of loss of revenue to the municipalities. But 18% and a penalty that occurs on a day of delay is what's most troubling for me, is the fact that I just recently had an exchange with a business owner that for 25 years, she has paid her taxes on time to the towns, and she missed it by a week because of the passing of her husband and co-owner of the business. And guess what? She received a delinquent tax bill. So I think 18% is a number that I always prefer to go lower. But has CCM ever considered working with the legislature to be able to have a prorated rate that for the first month of delay, there is a small penalty, but not the full increment of the percentages you're looking at? And of course, we want to go after long delinquent non-payers. So if we could put a prorated basis of getting up to a tax delinquent that has not paid their taxes in 2 years, up to the 18%. Has CCM considered that kind of proration to be able to afford that if people in a difficult cycle have an opportunity to make up their obligations and paying their taxes after a month or 2 months and not bear the full weight of the intent of what we're trying to do is lower the burden on people?
I don't think the concept of a prorated rate, I don't think we've had that conversation. I can certainly go back to our members. I would also look to the tax collectors and our government finance officers of what the impact on that would be. And I know there is a statute out there, I can't recall off the top of my head, that does allow, it's under an old railroad statute actually, but it allows for a tax commission to look at the application of interest under certain circumstances. And I can send that to you. I can go back through my notes from, as you said, this isn't a new bill. And we've talked about it at length. The one thing with the variabilities is the impartiality of how would that be applied? Is it just across the board on the first month? Is it residential or commercial properties different? So we would need to look at that before we could take a position, but certainly I would happy to talk with the collectors and the finance officers to see if there's some way to to provide some relief because, as I said, we understand property taxes are brutal and they continue to rise. And the longer we do this, we will see more people unfortunately become delinquent. How do we avert that? As I said, we want to make our communities affordable. We want to maintain or lower property taxes. I had a friend when he ran for office, surprisingly became mayor. He's like, oh God, what do I do? We were running out, lowering taxes. And I said, if you just, as a piece of honest advice, if you just maintain, I think your residents would be happy, and then figure out where you can try to make reductions. But there's not a lot of room for local leaders to reduce. Our school budgets are minimum budget requirement. They're fixed. We have our contracts for police and fire and road maintenance. There's not a lot of fat on our local bones. So it makes it a very difficult situation. And anytime we lose revenue, is difficult. And we come up here and, oh, it's just a $4 or $5 million mandate. But when we combine them with the next one, and this is just a little one, it becomes a very significant burden that towns have to bear. And when we shift, when these costs are added up, they do result in significant tax increases that put these people in a hard situation. And I think that's what we have to look at of how do we reduce property tax burdens so that people don't find themselves delinquent.
I appreciate your answer. It was very depth. And I think my question clearly is asking CCM through its expertise, would you be receptive to a prorated period of tax delinquency payment beyond the 18% and work with this legislature? I know 18% is steadfast and I know there's a revenue obligation, but I think it's absolutely unjust for an individual to, during difficult economic times, as many are experiencing, to miss a payment by 1 month and still have to pay the full freight of that penalty. So I'm asking you as a representative of CCM, and I know I have a commitment to work with you as I've supported this bill to reduce to 12% or whatever incremental percentages as a less burden. Would CCM be receptive in working with the legislature to look at a prorated period of penalty for late payment?
We're absolutely happy to sit down and talk and figure out what that would mean, how it would be implemented. You let me know, we'll be in the next day with the people who, again, the tax collectors, the finance office, how it would be implemented and could it be implemented? So, but to sit down, we're always receptive to, I don't think we say no to a lot of things. So if there's an idea out there, let's flesh it out and see if we can make it work.
No, I appreciate that. Having worked with CCM in some important issues, I find that with the willingness of this committee and ultimately the leadership to be able to sit down and craft something that is a nod to fairness for people that are struggling in our state to meet their obligations. I'm not saying they're going to be, escaping that obligation, but nevertheless, a delinquency of 1 day and 1 week and to suffer that penalty is absolutely unjust. So I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you for your points on that. But if we're not able to reach an agreement, I consider the 12% to be an adequate reduction. And I hope we don't have to get to that. But nevertheless, I hope we get to solutions.
We'll reach
Thank you,
out,
Mr.
sit
Chair.
down.
Thank you, Senator. Rep. Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I was wondering if you could tell me what the purpose of the interest is on delinquent taxes.
The purpose of the interest is to prompt timely payment. If there is no penalty, why would people pay their property taxes on time? There has to be some mechanism, as I said, to encourage, if not enforce, those timely payment of property taxes that are due the town.
Okay, well, I agree with you that that's the purpose of it. So it was a little concerning when it sounded to me like you were indicating that this was used by municipalities as a revenue generator and that by reducing it, they would be losing revenue. Are you able to speak to that?
We don't look at the 1.5% as revenue. We're looking at the application of interest prompts the timely payment of property taxes, which is the revenue that we need to run our government, pay our education, pay our police and fire. the penalty is not considered, I don't think any of our mayors or first selectmen would consider the 1.5% as a municipal revenue stream
1.5%.
monthly.
What is the 1.5%? We're talking about 18%, right?
It's 1.5, the interest is applied at a 1.5% rate on the principal on a monthly basis.
Oh, per month, right. So it's 18% a year.
Annually. But the bill,
Okay.
it's the first month you owe your property taxes plus 1.5%. The second year would be the principal plus another 1.5%. So if you paid 2 months in, you would only owe 3% interest over on the principal. It doesn't compound, and it's not an 18% like a credit card where you get an 18% interest rate on a monthly basis.
Oh, well, it's 18% a year on a
Yeah.
monthly basis, right? So it is the same as a credit card.
Well, a
Other
credit
than-
card company would charge you 18% monthly. You have a monthly interest rate that's compounding. So whatever you owe plus the interest, the next month you'd get a bill based on that. Whereas if you'd owe $1,000 in property taxes, after the first month you would owe $1,150. After the second month you'd owe $1,300. But it doesn't compound. It wouldn't base on, so that if you own a $1,000 property tax and you had a $150 bill, or 1.5%, $10.50, not 150. That is where the interest is calculated. It's always calculated off the principal, and it's not a compounding number.
Okay. And is it your feeling that reducing the interest rate from 18 to 12% would discourage people from paying their bills?
By reducing that percentage from 1.5% monthly to 1% or 18 to 12%, it could have them looking at other bills and saying, I can pay this one first because the interest rate is less on this one than it is on a credit card or a car or a different bill that might be outstanding. So we want to make sure that the level is high enough, which to encourage that prompt payment to get themselves whole and out of arrears with the municipality.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? No, I don't see. So I have a quick question to you, Mr. Collins. Respond to Senator Hong said 1 week's forget to pay the single mother. So you ever thought if family going through financial hardship or family death and somehow they couldn't manage to pay property tax or forget to pay the property tax, at that point, what you should do? Give them some kind of a break from 18%, or what do you think?
I think we can come up with the different scenarios of why a payment was late. The problem will become is, wait, so if it's applied here, a waiver is granted because of certain circumstances, but then the next case it was not. How do you determine whose circumstances would warrant that? As I said, I believe there is something in statute that allows it to municipal tax commission. It's, as I said, it's buried in one of the statutes that I've read over the years, and I can look that up and send it. But I think it does provide municipalities to create a tax commission to look at certain circumstances. I don't know how active they are, but that could be a methodology to go forward where people could review individual circumstances. But it does create a slope, a little bit of a gray area of this was applied to this person. Oh, do you know them? Do you have a relationship? Is that why you're granting it here and not in this circumstances? That's why we consistently, with the tax collectors, having worked with them, the uniformity and consistency of the law and the application of is the easiest way to move forward, because it provides a very clear understanding of what the obligations and what the reactions are because of those. And you don't get the idea of favoritism. As I said, people a lot of times don't look, why did he get that break and I didn't? So there's not a perfect solution to this. I understand that. And as I said, I think I've dealt with this bill for many years. Dealt with Jeopardy tax collections. It's the property taxes are not a fun thing to talk about. That's why we oppose exemptions. You know, on some ones that are, truly heartbreaking of why would we not provide a property tax exemption for this person? It's tough. It's a tough situation. But as I said, I go back, when municipalities are largely confined without revenue diversification to property taxes, we sit here and have to go back and forth over, what valuation are we going to start motor vehicles at? Like, we're not moving forward. We're just trying to maintain.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't see any other question at this time. Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker, I see that John Lovin online. Are you there? Okay. John Lovin. John Lovin.
Yes, may I please exit and re-enter the queue at a later time? Apologies.
All right, then. Thank you. We'll call you maybe later if you just buzz us. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, former House Rep Samuels and Senator Wilcox. Good to see you, Senator.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, the committee. And I'm not going to take much time. I just wanted to introduce our longtime former representative, Lee Samowitz, who is proposing an idea about voluntary revenue sharing, and that would require enabling legislation. So he's here, and he'll testify on this proposed bill, which is, again, a voluntary revenue sharing among municipalities, but which would require some enabling legislation. So let me turn it over to him, a longtime advocate and a supporter of Bridgeport.
You there?
Thank you.
Good to see you, Representative. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see my old friends. But Senator Rashman, Representative Carlos DeGraw, Senator Gordon, Representative Zullo, and also I'd like to acknowledge Senator Wilcox for all her help. My name is Lee Samowitz. I am a former state representative from Bridgeport for 18 years, and I was a member of this committee for 18 years. As a legislator, I struggled with the idea of how to go through how to have regional sharing of burdens and revenue, and how to go back to county government. As we know, Connecticut is only one of 2 states without counties and to provide revenue and services. However, the impact of not having counties was not as drastic 20 years ago when I was in the legislature, because in the 48 other states which provide revenue, the people that benefit from it, that need it, is the nonprofits and people who seek revenue and bonding. They had 5 pots of money to look for revenue: private, corporations, federal, state, city, and county. But since Connecticut has no county, there's 20% less sources. And the impact is probably more severe today because corporations, feds, and cities have cut back. So now, as you probably are experiencing, everyone is looking for the state for support. And you end up being like out of a Fiddler on the Roof, is people are saying, well, just because the scene where the beggar goes to Tevye and tries to ask for money, and he's having hard times, and the beggar says, well, just because you have hard times, I should suffer. So I mean, everybody to you is asking for money, and it's harder to provide that revenue stream. Connecticut is also a state with a great disparity, probably the greatest in the country, between property tax rich and property poor towns. So for 18 years in the legislature, nothing was working. And so I decided to give it up and retire. And then I had this epiphany for this bill that I submitted today, where it creates a voluntary revenue stream by allowing host communities to charge a premium on non-residential property, commercial, as long as the needy community, which is the highest taxed in every county, receives a benefit that OPM approves, or that 1/3 goes to the needy town, 1/3 goes for block grants, or and 1/3 goes to the host town for whatever it wants. I've attached in your package HB 55A3, which was proposed in 2023, and a summary of the benefits. I believe that no town, if the legislators believe that no town would enter into such a agreement or voluntary agreement, then you can rest assured that your affirmative vote would do no harm. Remember, the bill calls for voluntarily enabling legislation. When I proposed this idea, I did have.
Those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
So when I proposed these ideas, I did have support of ranking members, Alice Myers, and CCM, who said, since it's voluntarily enabling, it's just another toolbox for the cities. The other thing is that it's important to know that right now, a lot of towns are going through reevaluation. And if they enter into this agreement, they can minimize the impact of increasing the revenue on their homeowners, who because of the shift over 10 years, their property valuations have gone up, and they're going to be experiencing an increase. The towns can use this to minimize the impact, and kind of, since the commercial property is going to go down, kind of stabilize it and keep it the way that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative and Senator.
I'll take any questions now.
I don't see any question at this time. Thank you for testifying. I'm moving our next speaker, Kate Byrod. Kate Byrod. Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry. It's never lined up where you want it to be. Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, and honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester and a resident of West Hartford. I'm here speaking in support of House Bill 6958. My job as a library director is to responsibly steward the funds appropriated for the purchase of library materials, books, magazines, newspapers, music, all of that stuff. Everything borrowed and used by our patrons. It isn't a lot of money. Last year, it was about $2.92 per capita. Can you buy any of those things for yourself for $2.92? Thanks to statewide purchasing contracts, we never pay sticker price for physical library materials. In fiscal year 23, we saved over $25,000 thanks to those contracts, stretching that budget by an additional 47%. But with ebooks and e-audiobooks, it's exactly the opposite. I can't stretch that taxpayer dollar. We're faced with a completely different marketplace. We pay far more than the consumer does for these same materials, even though we lend digital materials exactly the same way as physical materials, one borrower at a time per copy. What adds insult to injury is that the majority of ebook titles I purchase disappear from our virtual collection after 2 years. I can't build a collection to serve Colchester. The current practices make it virtually impossible to carry out a core mission of libraries, to build meaningful collections to serve our community's needs. In fact, it's such a bad deal that I limit what I spend on ebooks and e-audiobooks to the absolute minimum, even though I know that I have many borrowers on long waiting lists. I'd love to reduce their waiting times, but I simply can't afford to pay inflated prices for materials that will disappear from the virtual shelves before I can fill all the requests. It wouldn't be responsible. If I was getting a better deal, I'd spend more of my limited budget dollars to fulfill holds for my patrons. When libraries buy physical materials at substantially less than the list price, we know that publishers and distributors are making a profit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a publishing industry. This fall, we conducted a survey of Colchester's ebook readers. In response to the question about how long they typically had to wait for titles they wanted to read, 50% answered 1 to 6 months, with another 22% answering that they regularly waited more than 6 months for the titles they wanted to read. With physical books, I can quickly respond to borrower demand and purchase additional copies to reduce wait times, but the exorbitant prices and limited terms for ebook licenses make it impossible for me to responsibly meet patron demand. We believe better terms would make for better libraries and for our communities. We believe better terms would result in more royalties for authors and continued profits for publishers. I believe House Bill 6958 would put Connecticut on the road to better stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time and for introducing the bill.
Thank you. My co-chair, Kavros Dobro.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Kate, for being here.
Yeah.
Again, obviously, we have discussed this the last couple years, and I wanted to draw attention to one of the things that you said, that you are now limiting the amount that you spend on these ebooks, because I honestly think that that comes down to a free speech issue. Because if you are limiting the amount that you can spend on those, that means you're limiting what your patrons have access to. And some people only access ebooks at their libraries. Not
Yes.
everyone has the funding, personal funding, discretionary income to be able to spend in other places, Barnes and Noble, et cetera. I also wanted to draw attention to the fact that you said that it would be better if we had better terms for authors.
Yes.
And I think that's critically important. I think you've probably heard before, how authors are saying like, no, we're actually on board with this bill. That's not the case. What do you think would be better terms? Right now, the terms are 2 years or 26 uses. As you said, you can only loan them out
Right.
one at a time, the same way you could with a physical book. Obviously, things are copyrighted, et cetera. But what do you think would be better terms in any way?
I would love a range of options. Just the way I do with my physical books. I will buy, I'll buy several hardcovers for a book while it's in high demand. A few years later, several of those hardcovers will go into the book sale. But the movie comes out and I go and I buy a bunch of paperbacks 12 years later. That's what happened with Wicked. So, being able to choose either like high interest, short term, like if my copies 2 through 10 of James Patterson expire in 2 years, I will have fulfilled all the holds and I only need one more copy that I can keep indefinitely, or for 10 years. Like the problem is that the publishers have never negotiated with us. They have never talked about what our needs are, what our community's needs are. And I can't, these are unilateral terms that I just have to accept. So I would love a range of options. I have books on my shelves, the Sue Grafton mystery series, the A to Z mysteries. I have original hardcovers from the 1980s sitting on my shelves. I took one off. We used to stamp. Remember the stamping? We stamped, and I counted how many times, and that was only up until we stopped stamping. It had circulated over 100 times. That A is for Alibi book. I still have it on my shelves. It's not falling apart. It's in great shape. But I can't afford to license that ebook for my collection because in 2 years it's going to go away. And because it's sort of a classic, it might only get read 6 times or 2 times in that 2-year time period. And I would have paid 3 to 6 times as much as you would have as a consumer.
I actually think that series is probably the most illustrative of what we're talking about here. So if that came out to, in the last 5 years and it was A to Z and somebody wanted to read what I am assuming are 26 books, then you would really struggle to actually build that collection of those books because you'd only be able to sort of purchase A once and then you would be on to the next one and the next one and the next one.
Yep.
And so you wouldn't be able to build that collection. And I think of this as penalizing seniors and teens the most, because
It is.
who has the most time to read, right? Usually before you go to college, you're reading, trilogies, you're reading 7 in a series, those kinds of books. And then as a senior, you typically have more time to read, obviously.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad that you're here today to talk to us about this. I appreciate your testimony. And we really hope this is the year to get this over the finish line in both chambers, because this is not a copyright issue.
No.
The publishers are making plenty of money. And these are our tax dollars that are literally going down the drain because of the loss of these books out of the collection every single time. So thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Nice to
you're
see you.
very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the efforts and the leadership of the House Chair in this committee, and also the House Chair in GAE in leading this initiative. Indeed, our libraries are a community treasure. Where is Cragen Memorial Library?
We're in Colchester.
Colchester. So I think to get away from the copyright and contract law issues, I really want to kind of find from you as a local librarian, the impact on the community by this in unfair pricing differential. Where do you draw most of your budget from?
Local tax dollars.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Probably 98%.
And you provide services in regards to reading programs, and so it's also a kind of a social equity in regards to the original vision of our libraries. Not everybody can afford to go to Amazon and buy books, or Barnes and Nobles. I know for our family, we make it a weekend excursion to pick up books and buy books at book sales to support our libraries. But talk about the social equity of libraries, and also the proliferation of technology, and in young children and older adults. Share with us, beyond the budgetary impact, which is significant, talk about the proliferation of digital utilization that people would say, well, you don't have to buy these digital books. So what do you say to that? And talk about, even in Colchester and various other areas in this community, how much digital proliferation has occurred, and how much it is about on a social justice and equity at justice side.
I could talk about that all day long. I'm first going to begin with social justice, thinking about our children, because we know, this is what we know, absolutely know. Children in the 4th grade, their reading score predicts everything that they're able to do moving ahead. 4th grade. What is the #1 predictor of that 4th grade reading score? Books in the home. Books read to them by the age of 5. This is what we do in the library, because can you afford to go to a bookstore every day, every few days? You remember when your kids were little and you read like 3 books before bedtime, and then when they were early readers, they got those thin little early reader books, and those cost like $8 each. And kids have to read like 100 of those before they're competent, capable readers, and they're reading chapter books. Kids need books. So right there, we're starting with just basic social equity. And this has been at the framework of public libraries since we began having public libraries, which is 200 years, starting in Peterborough, New Hampshire. So that's the social equity piece. And then you asked about digital and how that contributes to social equity. Well, I have a sister who has dyslexia, and my niece, her daughter, also has dyslexia. And digital books may seem like, I also have a mother who's 82 years old. She does not have dyslexia, but she has kind of, old lady eyesight, but she loves to read. And I'd like to tell you about my sister and my niece who have dyslexia. Audiobooks are their lifeline. And what is so important about audiobooks, people are like, is that fake reading? No, it's real reading, because we are hearing vocabulary. We're getting our brains ready to receive the words that we read on the page. Audiobooks are real reading. Ebooks can also be, you can increase the font. It's often it's not only easier for my 82-year-old mother, but it is also easier for my sister and my niece to read when the font is larger. And not every book comes in large print, a physical format. And so those are just simple social justice issues. And then there are people who have a variety of limitations. They can't get to the library because of transit or, lack of personal transportation. They may have health issues. And we are able to provide electronic materials are really great because we're available 24/7 and people can get their materials in their pajamas on their sofa.
Thank you very, very much. And I appreciate your input and all of your fellow librarians on this.
Thank
And
you.
let's indeed hope we can get this through the finish line and address the inequities and public access to knowledge and information, which is the basis for our democracy.
Great.
Thank you. Thank
You're-
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, thank you. Seems like what we're learning from you, easy access, ebooks, easy to read, and also is town and city, each library ever is going to save a lot of money because it's very costly, hard copy books than ebooks. So tell us a little bit, ever is each library, what do you think, what they can save by going, moving from regular books to the ebooks?
What can we save?
Yes.
I can't save anything right now. That's the problem, is that when I buy physical books, I get them at about a 44% discount, brand new hardcover books, thanks to statewide purchasing. With ebooks, I'm paying 3 to 6 times typically what the consumer would pay for the same material. So I'm not able to save money. Where I could save money if I could build a collection is I could reduce the number of physical books on my shelves. I could have a collection that was sort of just easy access for older titles. I mean, there's a lot of different ways I could save money if the terms were, worked like anything else that I purchase.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I wanted a little bit about my co-chair. Last 2 years, I see behind the back burner, she tried to do anything she can, move forward this bill and passing this bill. Hopefully this session, all our colleagues and everyone will come together, make sure we can go to the finish line. And thank you for testifying. We really appreciate it. This is really good bill.
Great. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Catherine Braun.
Catherine Braun, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm an attorney from Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm on the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, and I'm also a lifelong environmentalist who has often represented environmental interests in public hearings before wetlands commissions and zoning commissions and even the DEP over the last 25 years or so. So I'm going to talk about SB 1313 and mostly about the environmental issues. So as of right means no public hearing. It means no public comment. It means no ability for the commission to do a site-specific, project-specific review or impose any sort of condition that might make sense in light of that site and that project on that site. It also precludes the ability of any person in the state from filing a 22A-19 environmental intervention because there will be no proceeding to intervene into. These will be devastating to the ability of the town or the residents of the state to do what needs to be done to protect open space and our historic and environmental resources. I understand that certain areas are carved out, inland wetlands regulated areas, coastal site areas, the area that UConn now believes will be inundated by sea level rise, areas that are already under an easement for protection. But that does not protect open space. It does not protect the need of the town to expand buffers around wetlands, both tidal and inland wetlands, which I believe we will need to do. We should, I believe, have at least 100 feet in around a tidal wetland or an inland wetland for a whole host of reasons. The overdevelopment that's been taking place already is creating cumulative effects that are not often considered when we do our stormwater reviews. When we have a public hearing, if we don't hear from an expert, we often don't know there could be problems. Then when we hear from an expert, we find out many problems. The testing wasn't done. There's not enough storage or treatment of the stormwater, and polluted toxins end up in the stormwater system, into our rivers, lakes, surface waters, and into Long Island Sound. We need that site-specific review. It's absolutely essential. We need to be able to have our own open space regulations. This is a 500-acre area around transit, and I think I was confusing how I'm not going to talk about how the calculation is done of the area, but I believe it might be over all 3 train stations in my town, for example. That's just completely wrong. You have to allow public hearings. You cannot deny the ability of the people making these decisions to protect our environment. I will point out a few other things. By having no affordability required, this will kill our 8-30G ratio. And it's not really transit-oriented development because there's no commercial required, and you'll end up replacing a lot of commercial and industrial properties with solely residential, which is not good for the town's economy, their ability to plan, or their ability to maintain active downtown areas where the transit is, because you might end up with mostly residential.
Those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay. One last point. We're working on our plan of conservation and development right now. This kind of defeats the whole purpose of that because we're already making plans for our transit area. This basically turns that on its head. It prevents us from doing environmental protection and planning for our transit areas the way we're already doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any question at this time. Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker, Maria Weingarten. Maria Weingarten. She's there?
Maria, we are trying to figure this out, and we will get to you if you can hear us.
Maria? Maria Weingarten? You there? She can hear us?
Yes, I just got promoted, so thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So thank you for having me. I'm here to speak in opposition. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a member of, co-founder of CT 169 Strong. I'm in New Canaan, a member of the Board of Finance, a member of our local Affordable Housing Committee, and I'm here to speak in opposition to 1313. This is a rehash of a bill that was heard in 2022. It was a bill that was heard in 2023, and the bill went nowhere. And it's the same bill yet again. And it's a very insidious bill. It literally would allow any developer within the half-mile around a train station to build an average minimum overall average gross density of 15 units in an acre. But you literally, for towns that have maybe 2 or 3 or 4 train stations, it's even worse than that, because some of these train stations may not even have access to public water or sewer. So you would then have to condense all of those density requirements to make them even higher in the one station that may have water and sewer. So, and it's as of right development. It overrides all of the local zoning protections, takes into no consideration as to capacity. You have towns like Wilton that have no more sewer capacity being provided to them by Norwalk. How does that work in this bill? It doesn't. So this bill is a rehash. It should never have come up again. It is not a collaborative process. And I really encourage you all, I will be submitting testimony on it. I encourage you all to take a look at Danielle Dobin's testimony from 2022, because what's not understood here is that it will literally require doubling almost housing stock for towns like Bethel, or an 80% increase in total overall housing stock in Greenwich, or 60% increase in housing stock in Madison, 90% increase in a town like Westport. This makes no sense. You don't have the capacity, you don't have the infrastructure to support these sort of rash developments where the first builder in gets different rights than any later builder up until that overall average density hits 15 units per acre. So I would encourage you all to maybe find better ways. I know there are some bills that are being proposed that are really task forces or groups. What the one thing we've not seen in the 4 or 5 years we've been tracking this as 169 Strong is really bringing together leaders, land use experts from towns of all sizes. And I heard this yesterday's hearing in the Housing Committee. You are not bringing in people from rural communities. You are not bringing in people from smaller towns, towns that have been dealing with and trying to find ways to improve affordability for our state. And we should not be adversarial. We should be working together collaboratively. And I hope that the future might bring something better along those lines. And I encourage you to just go back and take a look at Danielle Dobin's testimony again from 2022 on HB 5429. It's very enlightening, and read through my testimony as well. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Husky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Maria. I don't know if you've disappeared or not.
I'm still here.
Okay. Anyway, your organization has done a lot of research over the years on this particular issue, and I wanted to find out if by some chance you've ever mapped out which towns and which areas would be affected by this, and put in like radius lines. My specific concern on this is whether or not, if you have a transit station in one town and within a half a mile you have another town. I just wanted to find out what the dynamics would be on that, and whether or not this actually impacts neighboring municipalities. Is that something that your group has researched?
We have actually, we have such an instance in New Canaan where we have a train station that is at Talmadge Hill that has no access to town water, no access to town sewer. It butts up to the Merritt Parkway. It has a park on the opposite side. So and the other side of the train station is Darien. So, and Darien has 4 or 5 train stations. So how does that even work? So, and it's talking about, again, the way it's sort of written is you can look at the overall average density. So does that now mean that downtown New Canaan train station will need to hit that minimum overall average density of 30 units an acre? It's really problematic. And again, it goes to the heart of really not looking at municipalities and understanding what is happening locally. We have MRTA, that was another bill that was around the same time as this bill was out. That bill was adopted. There are municipalities that are taking advantage of MRTA and the technical support, and that's just getting underway. And we have heard from so many different state organizations that are saying, please do not have more conflicting bills with different policies that kind of compete against each other. And this is just an onerous, and it literally would take away all local zoning. And interestingly enough, this version of the bill, the only difference was that they took out any affordable requirements in the half-mile area. And it basically said that if you didn't rewrite your local zoning, that it was superseded by state zoning. So again, you don't know capacity in schools. You don't know schools that are currently maxed out. I can tell you specifics about New Canaan schools where we're now looking at expansion because post-COVID, we've had a lot of a baby boom happening. And we know that our elementary schools are going to be significantly impacted for the coming future. And so we need to start to plan for that. And we do not get state funding for that. 90% of those costs, at most we get a 10% reimbursement from the state. 90% of those costs are absorbed by municipalities. So the thought that we are trying to improve affordability for our state when what we're doing is allowing exponential development where not taking capacity of schools, of roads, of sewers, of watershed areas. This is a real problem. And I will also point to issues that I know Catherine Braun had mentioned with environmental aspects. I believe it was Westcog came out with a study that talked about watershed, and really it was following up because it had come out through the Fair Share study that Connecticut is one of the worst in terms of protections of our watershed and our public water resources. 80% of our water resources in Connecticut are privately held, and we rely on local land use to do those protections. So it's very critical that we ensure that those protections are in place locally to have oversight of all of the development. And
Thank you, Maria, for bringing out those points. To get back to the original question that I had, so you have actually done the research into this. My specific question related to my district is that we have train stations that are along the Connecticut River where within a half a mile, it may be a separate town. If we have an Enfield train station going in, is it going to impact my town of Suffield, which right across the river is all agricultural land? So this is one of the reasons I bring this up. And I do think that if this bill moves forward, it's something that should be addressed as far as whether, if it's not located in a specific town, it shouldn't have any impact on the neighboring towns as well. So I do oppose as of right. But if we have a bill that may move forward, we might as well try to make sure that it is as kind as possible to our municipalities. Anyway, Maria, anything that else you wanted to add on the issue of being adjacent towns?
Well, just again, I'll just add that any of these towns that have multiple train stations are being severely penalized as a result of this bill. And the density requirements just are really so onerous. And this really is just a builder's rush bill to allow as of right development. And it wouldn't even treat different property owners in the same way. So the first couple of builders in could build something of a huge monstrosity. And then, until that average density is reached, and then it's only then that local zoning would be applied. So
and I do appreciate the excellent work that your group has done. You've done a lot of research. You've represented some of our towns very well on this issue, and I do appreciate your coming in. I think we probably have other people with questions. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And Rep. Dabrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for Maria for coming in. These bills, in one form or another, have been floating around and been addressed and brought up numerous times over the last, 5 years, 6 years. Your group has historically been against them. Other groups have historically been in favor. Has anybody from the legislature that is in favor of increasing affordable housing and is pushing some of these bills, have any of those people ever reached out to you or your group to try to come up with some type of consensus as to a reasonable way to increase housing in Connecticut?
No.
Okay. If there were a group put together that would try to work this out, would you and members of your group be interested in participating?
We would be happy to, and I will be the first to say that, I'm not a planning and zoning expert, and I would love to see You know, I've seen, you know, the executive director of West Hog, who's been you know, involved in some of these programs and things, but we're here as trying to bring more voices to the table, to really look at what different towns have done to improve affordability. And we're constantly saying, well, what's worked in one town and worked in Greenwich, where they've bought down larger out of size projects to create affordable. You know, New Canaan has recently bought an Avalon project where a number of those units will now be made deed restricted to be affordable. We are all looking for different ways to find creatively what works within our communities to create affordable. We welcome every opportunity. We have created a list of different ideas on how to improve A30G and recognize that, you know, one example would be seniors, right? We're thinking about a lot of seniors who are staying put, but maybe they're starting to age now and may want to downsize. Why not bring back the sunsetted policy where senior housing would get the same a full hue point for building housing for seniors? Because then you have a mismatch. We've heard this in some of these studies. We have a mismatch of where people are in housing that may be too big for them, and they may be in a point now where they want to start to downsize, stay within their communities, but we're not allowing towns to consider development for senior housing that might be might be needed in one town, but maybe not in another. So I think we need to allow more creativity. We need to bring more voices, more local land use experts who all care deeply about their communities and really cherishing what is so great about our state and makes us so unique in so many of our different municipalities. And bring people together. That's all we want. We want to have all the voices at the table, but you know, the developer advocate voices are heavily funded, and they're the only voices who ever seem to get heard, and they're the only bills that ever seem to get put forth.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in, and if one of these bipartisan groups is ever formed, I will certainly advocate for having voices from all different communities, all different parts of the state, all different sizes of communities, and all different opinions to participate in that. And I thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to also echo what do you say? Majority Leader Roundtable was bipartisan for creating the more affordable housing. Just want to, you know, reminding you that. With that also, I want to ask the question, Ms. Weingart, I love it when you said we want to put our boys on table. Of course, this is why we are here. We're having the public hearing. We want to hear from everyone. I just want to know, what do you do for a living? I see you spend a lot of time helping the community, you know, and most P&D hearing you always hear. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
You are a realtor. Awesome. So tell us a little bit, when last time you sold $150,000 to $200,000 property in your own town?
Well, and you know, that's a very interesting point, considering that, you know, where we are geographically matters. And you should be aware of that as well, right? So we know that any municipality that is close to New York City area is going to have pressures and higher property values. It's just a fact. And when we ignore these market conditions, that's part of the issue that's happened here. Is we've given vouchers in areas of the state that are much more affordable than the area of Fairfield County. And so, of course, there isn't as many housing units, but I will tell you there are lower value properties that were in Stamford and in larger cities. That is generally where you will find lower price properties. And you know, the reality is you can't build yourself out of the issues that we have here in Connecticut. And I'm happy to go through and explain, if you'd like, what are those different characteristics that cause housing cost burden in Connecticut, like energy costs, that's the third highest in Connecticut, like our local property taxes that are the third highest in the US, and energy costs are the third highest in the US. All of these factors factor into how unaffordable it is for residents in our state. And so, of course, areas where there's less demand, where there's less access to transit, to the New York major metropolitan area, of course, those property values are going to be lower than they are within Fairfield County. That's just obvious.
So, the question was, I just want to, revisit what I asked you, the house, how much, I mean, last, when you sold a $250,000 property, seems like there is no $250,000 property in your town. So then my follow-up question, second question is, did you ever sold, or when you last time sold the over $2 million property in your town?
Last year.
Awesome, awesome. So yeah, my district, Glastonbury, wealthy town. You can find their $150,000 residential unit, and you can find also $5 million residential unit. And they are continue building more affordable housing there. But the Fairfield, when you talk about the Fairfield, you can't even answer your own town, you have $250,000 property or not. But you have answered over $2 million property. That's amazing to me. But listen, I am so proud and proud Connecticut resident. I have place to live in here in Connecticut. And Connecticut is the best place to live, work, and raising a family. And this is why I moved here for, raising the family, running the business, helping the community. This is the only reason I run when you said we want to put our boys every table. And this is why I'm in here. Fairfield, good to have the money, but also good to help the other people desperately need. I know you are here, you talk about the transit-oriented Fairfield, but then your own town, if there's a restaurant, grocery store, supermarkets, so many small businesses. Who's running, who's working over there? They are going from Waterbury or going from Bridgeport, and expending 2 hour, 3 hour walking and taking the bus. And then you go enjoy fine dining, paying $1,500, maybe dinner, those people not even making $1,500 1 month. It is amazing the state we are living. One area is, obviously under poverty, and other side, wall, so those stuff is we have, not just me, I'm talking, either you, me, we are all have the moral obligation to support those people who's working restaurant and serving so many people, they are enjoying. But then after we walk out from the restaurant, we forget how we had a fine dining dinner tonight. Who served us? So I think this bill is not about you, about them. It is about, like you said, making more affordable. Am I right, Kennedy?
No, there is no affordable in this bill. Just so we're clear, this is 100% market value development. There used to be an affordable in the prior year versions of this bill. There is none. So and the bill basically says if you don't change your policies, this bill says its state policy is going to supersede what your local zoning is. So if a town like New Canaan that requires an inclusionary policy, that is now completely removed. It has a 0 in the in that half mile. And if we're talking about transit development and we're talking about the opportunity for people to need less cars, and we can argue about whether we have frequent enough service and whether this is truly mass transit and endpoint to endpoint service, you have to recognize that, you know, to say that you don't want to have any affordable requirement within that half mile around transit makes 0 sense whatsoever. But even if it did add it, a 10% add on when you're doubling the entire housing stock of a municipality. So you're saying, okay, Westport, you currently have about 10,000 units of housing. We're going to now tell you need to build 9,750 additional units of housing, of multifamily housing in the town. That's what this bill basically says. And none of that in Westport, I guarantee you, will be affordable based on this bill. 0 of it. So, you know, I am on the Affordable Housing Committee in my town, so I do care deeply about it. And we've worked on, again, Canaan Parish, we recently brought online, Millport was brought online. We recently purchased an apartment development where we're going to be transitioning 21 units to affordable. So we are doing those things that are trying to help create affordability within our community because we recognize that we are close to Manhattan. We recognize that our residents sometimes ride 2 hours a day to commute to work, just like you're talking about somebody riding on a bus for 2 hours. A lot of our residents spend 2 hours commuting daily to go just to work. And again, so we are all part of this infrastructure, and those taxes that the state gets from Fairfield County account for every $1 I think these towns get a penny back. And we are gladly willing to do those things and to support our state. But we have to recognize that this is not us against them. We should be working together collaboratively, and that's what needs to happen and hasn't been happening. So really just attacking one town for being one way or another town is not helpful in this conversation at all. What we really should be saying is, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing? What can we be doing better? You know, New Canaan was just ranked #1 education in Connecticut, ranked number 31 in the entire country. Amazing. Why are we not turning to towns like New Canaan and say, how about what are you doing on your reading program? Instead of telling towns that are top performers that they have to redo and spend more money on unfunded mandates, how about working with them? And they've reached out and said, we are willing to help you. We are willing to provide the whatever's needed to improve for all of our state. And that's what's not happening. We want collaboration. We want to take best practices and move our state forward. But onerous top-down mandates like this bill are just not the solution.
So I have to agree with you 3 things you said. First, you said our state not affordable. Let me remind you, first thing. Second thing you said, cross the state we need to help, am I right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
First thing you said, our state not affordable. Of course not affordable, because you can't even find $250,000 house in your own town, but you can sell $2 million property. How you gonna, you think someone like me go your town and live and work there? Am I right? So it is unaffordable because we are making unaffordable. We are keeping the separation from town to town. That's the problem, our state. So if I talk about this affordability, it's all town, every single town and city should, I'm not saying, okay, you have a $5, $10 million, $20 million property in your own town, but then you don't have the $250,000 property there. But then you said, our state not affordable. You answer my question because it's not affordable because you are not creating more affordable housing there. And good to have you.
Again, this bill doesn't create affordable. Remember, this bill is market value only. There is no affordable in this bill. This is high density market value apartments, doubling our housing stock.
But so this is basically transit oriented. They are talking about is for our seniors who don't have the, transportation, our student, young folks who don't have the transportation, workforce who going your town, serve you fine dining, you enjoyed with your family. They can't afford to live over there. This is for those people. I believe is talking also working class, like you said, people going from Fairfield to New York or any other city or Stamford, they're taking the train. Am I right? So
Yes, and this bill was going to
you.
override commercial too in the transit area. So that fine dining that you're talking about is going to be gone because it basically says that anybody can just take over there, and so any existing commercial can just be subsumed into residential development. It's going to take away any sort of local economic. It goes entirely against what transit-oriented development truly is. So, this is not the right bill. This is just not the right bill. And it wasn't the right bill in 2022, and it wasn't the right bill in 2023 either.
Well, this bill is a brand new bill, was not 2022, this bill.
It's the same bill. I will direct you. It's SB 5429.
You're talking that
529 in
what the
2022,
right bill?
SB 1141 in 2023. This was the Desegregate Connecticut bill from a couple of years ago. There's no in this bill.
This is not desegregated bill. This
Not
is
this year.
This is something else. Desegregated bill called the work leave right. We already had a public hearing, and you also testified that bill. I think you forget. But bottom line,
Well, I didn't forget. This was Desegregate's bill from a couple of years ago. So this bill this is a rehash bill. Those who've been around, maybe the newer legislators are not familiar with this bill, but I will direct you back to 2022's HB 5429 and 2023's SB 1141, and you can see that it's the exact bill verbatim.
You may right, but
that had affordable in it. There is zero affordable in this bill.
This bill, Senator Looney's bill, not desegregated bill. A bill just brand new bill. But regardless, I have to agree with you. I cannot explain to you or make you understand because you don't even know, you don't even have the answer. $250,000 property you have in your town. You're talking
I do have the answer.
$2 million, $5 million property. So I have to explain someone like me. I have to agree with you because you keep continue going back the circle. Am I right?
No, what I'm saying is that you're saying we have a housing crisis. I'm saying we have an affordability crisis in Connecticut.
It is a housing crisis and affordability crisis because, like I said, I asked you, did you sell $250,000 house and when last time? You said no. Did you sell, over $2 million property? You said yes. So you are there. You are not going to understand about the guy working the restaurant, serving the fine dining you enjoying out there. So anyway, thank you so much.
Respect, Senator Rahman. My parents escaped communism with the shirt on their back. I grew up in a blue collar family. So telling me that I don't understand what it is to live in a blue collar family is inaccurate. So I've lived the experience. English is my second language. I spoke Hungarian before I spoke English, and so it's not fair. It's not fair to play this class warfare against people and to make assumptions about what people know or don't understand. And my license works in the entire state of Connecticut, and I've gone and tried to help many people find smaller apartments in Stamford or elsewhere that are more affordable than New Canaan. So, again, it's not about just debilitating and removing. You have to understand what is happening within our state. You have to understand the limits of infrastructure, and you cannot just assume that this one size fits all bill is going to work. It can't work everywhere.
Right.
And especially if the state has limited funding resources that it provides for infrastructure. And funding resources that it provides to create affordable within our state. I can tell you that New Canaan was turned down for state funding for 100% affordable projects from the state of Connecticut. I can tell you that New Canaan was turned down for vouchers, project vouchers on 100% affordable projects the last 2 times we've created affordable here in Connecticut. But I can also tell you that Hartford has 10,000 vouchers, and I can tell you that New Haven has 7,500 vouchers, but we can't even get 5 vouchers in New Canaan. Why is that?
So you keep going back there. I'm not talking about the blue or red or white or brown or anything. Am I right? I'm talking about when I asked you about $250,000 home, you said no. I asked you then you said $2 million home, you said yes. So I said,
and I'm telling you, this bill will not create
yeah, it has nothing to do with the blue color, red color, white color. The people working, gas station, grocery stores, or restaurants serving the fine dining, for you and you enjoying there, where they live. They are they are walking and taking the bus or train, and this bill will help them to stay nearby and then go work over there. Now there is no place because there's no property there they can find, and they can stay there and saving their time walking or bus, and they can make more money. So this is I'm talking about. I'm talking about the blue, red, white, or whatever it is.
And majority of the people who live in our town do not work in our town either. And you have to understand there is a symbiotic relationship between any of these towns and their nearby cities. We go to Stanford all the time. I go to Norwalk all the time to go shopping. That's where the larger stores are based on the zoning because they're cities. So again, you have to appreciate that all of this works together in a patchwork of our state. We all work together. We should all be coming together collaboratively, and trying to play class warfare isn't going to solve the problem here. Bringing people together to the table to come up with different solutions that may work better in an area that's more expensive because of its proximity to New York versus someplace that's out in the country versus the rural areas that Representative Dubitsky talks about. These are all different solutions for different areas, and we all need it because you cannot rely on Fairfield County to protect and fund the entire state. At some point, we have to have better, vibrant policies that bring back our economy in Connecticut, all of our state, because everybody would the only way to truly get out of our issues with affordability is to have a more vibrant economy that brings better jobs back here to Connecticut and increases our salaries. That is the true way to increase affordability.
I'm agree with you, but one thing I'm not agree with you. Our state doing much, much better than 10 years ago. Fiscally, we are in strong position right now under Governor Lamont leadership.
As long as we keep our fiscal
crisis. We are talking about the housing crisis. You agree with me. I'm agree with you. We are all the same page. We need to create more housing, helping the workforce, helping our seniors, helping our youth. They can afford to have the vehicle. They can or a lot of people senior, they don't have the transportation. They can live close by and go shopping and enjoy their life, and workforce they can go work and help their family. This is all we are talking about, is nothing else. Thank you so much for your testimony. But I have Senator Hong, want to ask question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned earlier, planning and development considers many interesting issues, and some of it can be emotional. And I think one of the things that I remember, and I think the House Chair has mentioned, that we don't assign personal motives and discuss the bill and issue. So I want to kind of reiterate that and offer my support of the good chair's commentary for us to have the public process. But Ms. Weingarten, can I ask you in regards to your opposition to Senate Bill 1313? But I want to point out, and if I missed part of your testimony, please indulge me. What are some of the real critical flaws that this bill portends to? I know we discussed other similar bills related to that, work, live, and ride, and many other components. But what do you say on this bill? Staying on this bill, what do you see has some of the very critical flaws based upon your expertise in this area?
Well, number one, it again, back to the point of it, it overrides any local inclusionary policy that a municipality may have. Towns like a Westport, you know, I've often heard them in past testimony say things like, we don't need another $3 million condo in our community. So the idea that this bill would override local zoning and basically say, if you don't just allow until this average density is reached, you can't control any sort of zoning, and it's all as of right. No public hearings, no review by your local land use commissions, and that is deeply concerning. These are the most important acres around in any community, that downtown area, usually around your transit. Those 500 acres are the most valuable within your community. And that's generally where you have your commercial hub, where you have your industrial hubs or commercial hubs or areas of you know, commerce in your downtown. And this bill would literally override all of that and would be favored only for residential development. It would literally encourage people who own those to then just create high density. The first ones in would be able to build the largest, densest properties until that average density of 15 units per acre is reached based on your transit. That is concerning. You're taking away the commercial aspects. You're taking away, as a member of the Board of Finance, I would be concerned about what happens to our revenues. We are then totally reliant only on residential income and property tax income, and have no source for commercial. So again, like, you want good communities, you want walkable communities that are focused around transit. We strongly support transit-oriented development that's smart and methodical and is growth focused, that is within the constraints of what your infrastructure will allow. And this bill considers none of that. And so I think that those are really the biggest issues: the as of right, the fact that certain land use, whoever's the first one in gets priority to build as big and as large as they want, with unfettered access and unfettered, you know, no constraints whatsoever. And that's poor policy. It's just, it's inequitable treatment under the law for others that might come later. So it's a bad policy. It was a bad policy when it was, you know, raised in 22 and in 23, and we're at it again. Instead of working together, it's just bad policy.
You mentioned some of the flaws as I asked. Where do you read the compliance enforcement? In previous bills, we saw funding allocations applied to it. Where do you see the enforcement and the punishment should municipalities not follow this bill, should it be passed?
Well, it just says that your local, if it's not adopted by a certain date in 2026, I'm trying to find the date now. If it's not adopted, it's the state regs that are gonna, that's it. Like, your town law is void.
So it's a far more onerous burden of enforcement. And I'm just gonna move along. I don't know if you're familiar with the bill. I have the advantage of the bill in front of me. One of them is on line 106. This bill actually prohibits operation in any residential area of any cottage food industry. You familiar with that segment?
I thought that was because it's not underlined, so I thought that was not revised. I think that it originally allowed the cottage industry. I think you have to go back to what the first line was in that section.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I mean, my thought on that was that was already in existence.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your work. I appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. We don't have any other question at this time. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Deborah Shander. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, and distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. I am State Librarian Deborah Shander, and I speak in support of HB 6958 concerning electronic book licenses for libraries. Ebook pricing has been before this legislature since 2013, and thanks to those early laws, the State Library Agency now operates the first statewide ebook platform of its kind. So far this fiscal year, we have spent almost $100,000 on ebooks and e-audio content and anticipate spending nearly $200,000 by the end of this year, nearly 25% more than we spent last year. These are materials that we share out to hundreds of academic, school, and public libraries, and if each library bought its own content and maintained the necessary platform, that price tag would be nearly $1.5 million a year. But we have already lost access to more than 1,000 titles, or 14% of our content this year due to expiring licenses. In the end, we chose to only renew 500 of those titles at a cost of more than $20,000. The remainder we had to forego in lieu of new content. So however we slice that financial pie, our collections and Connecticut taxpayers are directly impacted. So why are we losing content and paying for renewing licenses? Like our public library counterparts, the bulk of our content is offered to us on one set of terms. One copy of an ebook can cost up to 6 times more than a consumer pays, and our access expires after 2 years or the book has been borrowed 26 times, whichever occurs first. So to keep providing that content, we have to rebuy and rebuy over and over again. The State Library is only one player in this market. We provide some content at a statewide level, but other libraries are also leasing their own content. And we estimate that Connecticut Public Libraries spend more than $4 million a year on e-content, all for materials that we neither own nor keep. We have a mission of service to provide equitable access of information to all, and there are countless people in Connecticut for whom libraries are the only way that they can access information for edification, education, and enjoyment. And libraries feel compelled because of this mission to help meet those needs, and we are given no option and no negotiation on price. So let me be clear, I'm not here today asking to spend less, I'm asking to spend better, to be able to purchase more titles and support more readers using the funds that we are already spending. We will continue to support authors, we will support publishers, and we will continue to purchase these things. But as it currently stands, the relationship between libraries and publishers on electronic books is too far unbalanced. And this bill creates a framework that is equitable for all concerned and puts the control back of the library's mission back in the hands of the libraries themselves. So thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being here, Deborah. We appreciate it again. I'm looking at your numbers, and I also just wanted to point out for those in the room and those at home, the 2024 numbers, because last year I quoted these for 2023. The 2024 numbers for the global ebook market was valued at the portion of the US market is 17.2 billion. So that's over 1.1 billion people using ebooks. I continue to sort of marvel at the fact that the publishers not only, one of our last speakers on this bill said that they will not negotiate with you. They won't negotiate with us either, which is really something when you are asked for, to meet with someone. And as a legislator, I said to them, well, do you have some sort of grand grand bargain for us that would not be 26 uses or 2 years? And there was literally no response. So in other words, they just want to keep having the conversation with us, but without having to come to the table with any sort of change. You mentioned that you'll spend $200,000 this year, so it's a minimum of $200,000 on ebooks. And could you just go back to the number again of what actually sort of, in my opinion, gets flushed once these go and you can't replace them? What is the dollar amount of that in taxpayer dollars again?
So for the state library, that was we would spend about $200,000 this year. 14% of that has already expired, of our existing content expired just this year. And so essentially over time, all of that money would, every penny that we spend is gone because we are licensing rather than purchasing. Did that answer your question?
It does. It just makes me think of the Library of Alexandria. We're just lighting stuff on fire at this point. I cannot tell you how I hope that this is the last time you have to testify before us on this bill. And I'm sure that Senator Wong also has some comments regarding this, but thank you again for being here today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Shander. Thank you for your education and advocacy and sharing of important information. It's so appropriate as a librarian and a tremendous representative for our state and the great history that we have. And I know many people have commented that the Royal Charter presentation was remarkable. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to see it in person. That being said, I want to get down to more of a fiscal basis, which is, well and good of all the wonderful things our libraries do. But do you get, as part of a state librarian, any state funding? I know you get a bucket of money related to allocating for construction. And that would be the only budgetary allocation that you have in support of our local libraries as well as our state library, which is right across from the Capitol.
So we do receive some funds. So as you mentioned, we have the public library construction program. There is also incentive grants for local libraries. I know you asked one of the previous speakers about funding for public libraries. Libraries in Connecticut are almost exclusively funded locally by their municipality or a local association. The state does provide a small amount of incentive grants for those libraries. So we distribute that out through the state library. We also receive as a part of our appropriation funding to support electronic materials, a digital library. Those are databases that the state library provides to every resident and public library, academic school library here in Connecticut. We also support a statewide catalog for books so that people can find out what other libraries have, for example, and a very small portion of that appropriation is what we are able to spend on the ebook content that we are providing out to local libraries. So what we're providing is a fairly small portion of the market. We tend to focus on backlist and older titles and allow the local libraries to focus on what's specific to their community. But there are dozens of libraries in Connecticut that would not have any funding, would not have any access to e-materials, but for what the state library is able to provide. So some communities are able to support their local needs and interests in this area themselves. Some would have no access to this type of content without the state funds and what we provide through the state library.
Thank you very much for that information. I think it's important to remind people that our library are indeed, as I mentioned, a community treasure, but with a swipe of a pen, they could very quickly disappear as well with budgetary pressures. As the state librarian, you interact with many other states. Could you share some actions that are occurring in other states, and you're going to have challenges where Maryland was defeated and the same similar bill was defeated in New York, and they're going to count to the fact that court decisions have made that determination. That in your capacity as the state librarian, talking to many other librarians and also some of the experts that have offered some input from Harvard, that this bill learned from some of the challenges and it focused on a very narrow area away from copyright protection and that vaulted ideal. So can you talk about other states that have talked to you and are equally contemplating it, and also that this, through that process of legal challenges and everything, what this bill targets specifically, contract law and away from copyright protection?
Absolutely. So yes, I'm in conversation with state librarians across the country on a number of topics. And there are states across the country, from Rhode Island to Hawaii that are considering essentially versions of this bill. This is something that many state legislatures have been trying to work on for a number of years. And you mentioned that there were previous bills that have been struck down. There was a version in Maryland, passed its legislature unanimously, and it was struck down in the court, essentially under federal preemption, saying it was related to copyright law. A very similar version of that law was vetoed by the governor in New York. The version that is here before you, the version we've been talking about here in Connecticut for several years now, is a very different bill. The versions in Maryland and New York had language in them that was interpreted to compel publishers to provide licenses and to sell under certain terms. It said, shall provide under reasonable terms. There is no such language in this bill. What this bill does is, as you said, it's focused on contract law and consumer protection, which are areas in which states are allowed to legislate. And it does not require any publisher to sell to a library. It says, if you choose to offer a license, here are the terms that the state finds acceptable to offer to libraries to accept. So there is nothing compelling publishers to accept it or participate. They could choose to leave the market. They could choose to not sell, which is a risk. But it is something that is not requiring them to do it. Really, the purpose of this bill is to promote and encourage publishers to come to the table, as Representative Kavros-DeGraw said. Right now, we are having no ability to negotiate with them. We are offered one deal and we have to take it or leave it. Just yesterday, one academic publisher, one of the major academic publishers, told their audience, told their patrons, they said, we will no longer be licensing perpetual access materials to this. That publisher will no longer be allowing any academic library in the country to buy a book or to license that book on a permanent basis. They have decided you may only license it for a limited period of time, which we have determined what that period will be. And so this is something that is affecting libraries of all types, and we are just seeing that experience increase as we go on. So this version is intended to bring everybody to the table and have a conversation. As you heard earlier from another speaker, we're not asking for one specific set of terms. We're asking for a suite. We're asking for the ability to negotiate and decide what will meet the mission of libraries and the patrons that we serve, rather than what publishers have determined we must accept.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I think you're going to get a lot of misinformation out there and naysayers. And I think this testimony is incredibly important to kind of point out lessons learned, not only through this legislative process, as we've kind of gone through this process arduously and painfully, but we've also learned from other states and that interpretation. So this document, through the work of many of the people I mentioned earlier, is really a work in process and a culmination of lessons learned. So I appreciate you articulating it so well. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony and for returning once again to advocate for this legislation. It is in your written testimony, but I think it might be helpful for anyone watching and listening. Sometimes when libraries in the state are purchasing ebooks, what order of magnitude cost are they looking at in comparison to the same physical copies of the book when they try to purchase those?
Sure, that's a great question. So we calculated at about 3 to 6 times what a consumer might pay at essentially what you would consider full price. So you could go to Amazon and you could purchase the most recent bestseller for $15.99. You could choose to wait until it goes on sale for $9.99 or $1.99. There are options available to consumers, and what libraries are offered is one price all the time. And so those prices typically are somewhere between $50 to $65 for a single copy of an ebook that you would keep for 2 years. E-audiobooks tend to be more in the $90 to $110 range per copy. And then when you think about needing to provide multiple copies of those books to your consumer, you multiply that out. And then you think about the fact that you have to pay those costs again every 2 years or 26 borrows. It really does add up.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think I've ever had to purchase an ebook for more on the market than I do a physical book. I'm looking at Lisa Jewell book. My girlfriend reads a lot of these, and all the books are less expensive on Kindle than they are in physical copy. And yet, some of our libraries in the state are purchasing these ebooks at 6 times the cost. But on top of that, as you said, they can only lend that license. They're only permitted to lend it out 26 times or for a period of 2 years. Most of your physical books, what is their lifespan or normal use, and how many times do they get lent out?
That's another great question. So physical books can last decades in some cases, centuries in some cases. And so it depends in part on how many times it's checked out, how roughly people handle it, if they drop it in their bath, any of those kinds of things. But many physical books can be used for decades, and we can keep the number of copies that we need. The electronic materials do not degrade. There is nothing that can physically happen to them. And I think that's one of the arguments publishers make is, well, if you don't ever have to rebuy it, then you should pay us to kind of make up the loss in that case. But there are protections in place like digital rights management, some things like that. But I think no one would argue that 2 years is a reasonable period of time for something to degrade.
And yet with those arguments, I can still purchase almost any book on Amazon for less on Kindle than in physical copy, because it's very inexpensive to produce in comparison to a physical copy, because you don't have any cost of goods sold essentially. So sometimes our libraries are purchasing ebooks at 6 times the cost of the physical book, and they're only allowed to lend it out for up to 26 times or 2 years in comparison to the physical books, which on average are probably for many years in excess of that. I mean, this is just a simple case of our libraries being forced to make horrible deals. And most of our libraries are public, and they're within the cognizance, therefore, of the state government. And so we have a responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, in this state government to be advocating on behalf of our citizens and protecting public resources. And you made a very important distinction that this is simply a bill that prescribes what agreements our libraries can enter into in the state of Connecticut, which is within the cognizance of the state government. It is not disallowing me as a private citizen in Connecticut from purchasing an ebook at 6 times the cost on Amazon or any other service. I am freely allowed to do that, and the publishers are freely allowed to try to charge me that. But as we know, no one would make that transaction on the private market. So for those reasons, I have been convinced over the years, and I want to compliment Senator Huang, the good chairs of this committee, and others who have worked diligently on trying to advance this policy. This is simply prescribing what an agent of the state in Connecticut can or cannot do. It is not prohibiting publishers and citizens in private capacities in the state what they can or cannot do. So I'm hoping that in the course of the legislative process that we can move this bill forward, but also that we can narrow it in a way that that protects residents, protects libraries, and maximizes the likelihood that the bill can pass into law and will withstand any potential legal challenges. So I think hopefully we can continue to do that work in bipartisan fashion. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your advocacy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, hopefully this is your last time you're coming here to testify at this bill. It seems like everyone on board, and hopefully we can move forward this time, and then you don't have to come back again, helping our library and student. I have 3 children, also need a lot of room for storage. The book keep buying home, my wife every week almost. So yeah, thank you so much for being here today with us. And we don't have any other question at this time.
Thank you.
Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Senator. Members of the committee, my name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I submitted testimony in opposition to a number of bills, also in support of a couple of bills, but I will focus my remarks on a few of these things. We're very concerned about any proposal that would negatively impact property tax revenues or the collection of property tax revenues. And so we are opposing Senate Bill 1316 and House Bill 6428, which reduces the interest rate on delinquent property taxes, as well as House Bill 6424, which provides for a property tax abatement for certain shopping malls that are converted into housing. You probably have heard from the towns in your districts that they're facing some very serious budget shortfalls this year. And unfortunately, these are due in large part to changes in the way motor vehicles are now assessed, and also the creation of a newly enacted veterans property tax exemption, which was projected to cost about $4.9 million, which is now looking to impose a burden on revenues of 3 or 4 times that. And so again, we're very concerned about anything that would negatively impact property tax revenues. At the same time, our towns are facing some ballooning costs associated with special education. We're looking at a budget which may not have a lot of significant cuts in the areas of municipal aid, but a lot of cumulative cuts that are going to have a negative impact on local budgets. And so again, we're opposing any effort to reduce those revenues. And I will point out, I know you had some lengthy discussion with Randy Collins from CCM on this, is that the state also imposes a hefty penalty when you fail to pay your sales taxes or your income taxes on time. And so I think if you're going to talk about looking at interest rates and penalties for delinquent taxes, you need to look at that as well, because I don't think it's fair to just affect municipalities when they're trying to use these as effective tools to collect revenues. And then just briefly on Senate Bill 1313, which Costa opposes, which mandates as of right housing development within a 1/2 mile radius of a public transit station. There was a lot of good discussion on this, but one thing that wasn't pointed out is that a lot of these projects are often undertaken as part of a larger effort to revitalize downtowns and main streets. And so it's unclear whether mandating this as of right development, what the impact on those efforts will be. And these tend to be very comprehensive planning efforts that require municipalities to look at possible funding and financing mechanisms, to look at different parcels and approach it in a way that is compatible with their local plans of conservation and development. So we are, again, opposed to this bill. I also think if you talk to a lot of the towns that have these transit stations, they can pinpoint very quickly why this would not make sense for their community. And I think that's the problem with a lot of these state mandated approaches, is that it eliminates those kind of boots on the ground, that knowledge that the towns have, planners have, that can make sure that they're making decisions about the siting of certain developments in ways that will not create some unintended consequences because of the unique challenges in areas by their transit stations. So I'm happy to answer any questions on these. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We don't have any question at this time, I see, but yeah, I just want to point you out, that's not mandate. I think that's the option. The transit-oriented property. Yeah. So I believe it's the not mandate. So Betsy, I want to ask you the question, same question I asked Randy Collins. What do you think? 18%, I think the resident think is really a high interest rate, unpaid tax. Or do you think that is if it's single mother or the family death or going through the financial difficulty, if they don't pay or forget to pay the tax, how you think you should help them? Is there anything obviously cost or CCCM thinking to help those people who's going through a financial difficulty?
Well, I think one of the things you need to look at is really overall property tax reform. I mean, currently, because of the number of mandated property tax exemptions, there are certain people in the community that bear a disproportionate burden for those property taxes. And we're also, because of the requirement and obligation to fund education and special education and other local services, all of those are paid for largely through the property tax. So I think if you want to help those individuals, rather than make it more difficult to collect needed property tax revenues and remove this penalty provision or reduce it, then I think you need to look at ways of reducing the overall property tax burden on our taxpayers.
Thank you so much for sharing your thought and idea. I don't see any other question at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Our next speaker, David Klosky. Did I say
Yes.
right?
Klosowski.
Klosky, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is David Klosowski. I am the tax collector for the town of Fairfield, as well as the first vice president for the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. So I'm here before you today in opposition to Senate Bill 1316, an act reducing interest on certain delinquent municipal property taxes dealing with lien assignments. Also in opposition to House Bill 6428, an act reducing the interest rate on delinquent property tax payments. So first with the Senate bill regarding lien assignments. So, you know, this legislation, it basically is cutting the interest rate from 18% down to 12% once a lien is assigned to a third party. You know, I can tell you most of my colleagues, most other tax collectors, you know, not all use lien assignments, but, you know, but there are towns that do. But when they do, you know, they typically have a criteria in place. They're not going to just automatically send these liens to a third party. They typically have some type of criteria where, you know, it has to be like 3 years or more delinquent. And then with that said, before that lien even gets assigned, legally, there's a series of notices that we have to send out. We have to send out an intent to lien notice. We have to send out a demand notice. There's a series of warnings that are sent to these taxpayers. So, you know, it shouldn't come as a surprise when their lien is assigned to a third party. Additionally, you know, many towns are doing their due diligence when they pick these third parties with the intent that, you know, in the hope that they're not just going to automatically foreclose. And these parties may have the ability to give taxpayers more time to repay, more so than, say, a municipality can. And also the issue with making the interest 12% instead of 18 once the lien is assigned is, you know, this is not uniform interest. So basically we're going to say that, you know, it's inconsistent because we're giving a break to those individuals because we're reducing it down to 12%, whereas a town that chooses not to assign liens, whether the taxpayer just pays a couple months late, or they are foreclosed on traditionally or through a tax sale method, well, those types of charges are 18% instead of 12. So it's not consistent where we're charging 12% for one type of enforcement, but not 12% for others. So with that said, I also wanted to express my opposition to House Bill 6428 regarding the interest rate that reduces from 18% down to 8%. You know, a reduction of this magnitude going from 18% suddenly down to 8%, it's definitely certainly going to have a drastic negative impact on municipalities, their revenue, their budgets, et cetera. And I wanted to just kind of clarify, I was listening to the other speakers, and there's a lot of discussion on how our interest is charged. So it's not a compound interest. It's 18% a year, which equates to 1.5% of simple interest per month. So the immediate interest when you're late would be 1.5%, but you're not charged immediately. You have a 30-day grace period. So if you pay on time, this late charge never occurs. You know, it's more of a late charge than an interest charge because it's 1.5% a month. If you pay within the first 30 days, there is no charge. It's not 18% a month compounding like a credit card. We have taxpayers that are not able to pay on time. We try to work with them. We explain to them that you make a partial payment. You don't pay the full balance, but you make a partial payment that pays off the interest. then the very next month, that interest reverts back to 1.5% a month. And additionally, I have my doctor's bill in my hand right now. That's 1.5% a month. Landscapers, dentists, most industries are charging 1.5% a month. Very similar to what we're already doing here as municipalities with property taxes. You have a 30-day grace period. You miss that grace period, the initial rate is 1.5%, not 18%. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
for your
We
time.
appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. David, I really do appreciate that clarification, and I think that that helps make it clear for the entire committee. I don't see any questions at this time, though, so we are going to wish you a good afternoon and move on to our next speaker. Thanks so much. Number 13, Rebecca Harlow, please. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, Chairs Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Rebecca Harlow, and I'm here in support of HB 6958. I'm the chair of the eBook Committee for Lion, a consortium of 30 libraries in Connecticut. And in that role, I'm responsible for the management of our digital collection in Overdrive. Since Lion began collecting ebooks, we have spent over $2.2 million taxpayer dollars leasing digital books through Overdrive. By the end of 2024, we had lost access to over $1 million worth of content. Over the next 24 months, that loss will reach $1.5 million. The last order I placed for the Lion Consortium cost $10,668.67 for 204 ebooks and e-audiobooks. The same order would cost a consumer on Amazon only $2,835.83. After 1 year, 67 of those books will disappear. After 2 years, only 65 books will remain, and only 3 of them will be ebooks. Every time I assemble an order, it's a numbers game, finding a balance between buying new content, adding more copies to satisfy holds, and repurchasing expired content. Every year, the prices increase, more publishers move to restrictive licensing models, and the outcomes are worse. The current wait time that triggers the purchase of an additional copy of a book in our consortium is 32 weeks. If you don't finish that book within the 2-week loan period, you have to go back to the end of the queue. Under this system, you could wait 1.5 years to finish a single book. After a decade of tracking data, I can unequivocally say the restrictive licenses are the problem. When I first started tracking this data in 2016, I was able to repurchase titles that had expired with 2 or more holds. That year, the largest expired holds order I placed cost $761. To repurchase expired titles using that same ratio today would cost us $91,000, not for the year, but for a single order. We have patrons who have been waiting more than a decade for their hold to be fulfilled. This is not due to inadequate funding. The Lion Consortium has increased its Overdrive budget by 761% since we began offering ebooks in 2007. By comparison, my own municipal library has had a 3% decrease in funding to our materials budget in that same time frame. This is not a system designed to benefit authors. In fact, it actually benefits very few authors. It's designed to harm libraries. Every year that we allow this system to exist without regulation poses a greater existential threat to libraries. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any of your questions and provide additional data now and in the future.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate the data on this committee, certainly. I was wondering if you could just expand a little on how harmful this is to authors.
Sure. So, I think that there's this misconception that this is, offering better terms is going to, harm lots of libraries. That these small authors who are making, small advances on their work, mid-list authors and independent authors are being harmed. They're not a factor in this discussion at all. Libraries under this model are really only able to provide content that's generated by like mega best-selling authors. Authors who are making multi-million-dollar advances, and even those authors were still not able to provide all of their content. There's there's a queue that's building right now for, multiple James Patterson titles and Ellen Hildebrand and, Frida McFadden and Colleen Hoover and all of these authors that you would think like, well, of course we've got all of their content. We can't even afford to do that. We talked about before the A to Z series, and there's large gaps in that series across the board in ebooks and audiobooks, because even as those licenses expire, publishers who might have previously offered a different model are all moving to this more restrictive model. And those costs are increasing exponentially. So even, when we saw this model come onto the scene, I think it was 2012, it was around that time frame, when Amazon allowed for Kindle compatibility is when this all happened. This is, goes all back to Amazon.
Doesn't it all?
Yeah. Those licenses cost the same amount of money. They were metered, but they cost the same amount of money that they would cost the consumer, or maybe slightly more. $12.99 was about what that model cost. Now, you're looking at $55 to $60 for 2 of the big 5. There are titles where it's $90 for a 2-year lease. So, this is, as this continues, we are going to see fewer and fewer authors being supported, almost no independent authors. Every time we're approached by an author, a self-published author, an independent author who actually meets our collection development standards, where they're well-reviewed books, and they ask how they get their books into our digital collection, I have to talk with our executive director and I say, we really need to come up with a good canned response to say it's never going to happen unless this law change. I advocate to everybody. Do we tell them about the law? Can we tell them to come speak?
Now, and I have to say, from the authors that I know personally that are, maybe 2-book authors, traditionally published, they really count on libraries and especially librarians to refer those books out to other people. I mean, people think of it like, well, if they're getting the book from the library, then it's not really helping the bottom line. Well, it is, because I read the book from the library and then I tell 10 girlfriends, as we all know, the girlfriend network of books, among book lovers. It's like, and then they might not go to the library. They may choose to purchase it. I mean, I certainly can't pass up a bookshop when I see one, but I think that that's the misunderstanding, is that somehow this isn't helping authors. This is really, really hindering authors. And not, it certainly the lesser published authors, but it's not exactly not harming those authors with those, huge collections either. So it's very frustrating. And when I mentioned the ebook numbers earlier, I didn't even say the audiobook business is nearly 3.5 billion. So they certainly, this is about greed. if nothing else, this is absolutely about greed. And one of my colleagues was saying the same thing as we were sitting here listening. So anyway, I do not see any other questions at this time, but I thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate it. I do see that number 2, John Levin, is now with us. So Mr. Levin, if you'd like to go ahead, please do.
Thank you. And thank you, Planning and Development Committee members. My name is John Levin. I have lived in Norwalk since 1991, and I am here today to support auspiciously numbered SB 1313. One previous speaker claimed you can't build yourself out of the housing problems in Connecticut. What? Of course you can. And SB 1313 helps us do that. And frankly, allowing profit-motivated developers to build denser multifamily housing near transit hubs, creating highly desirable walkable neighborhoods, is exactly the solution we need to help solve our housing problems. And exactly because SB 1313 provides as of right development opportunities for these solutions, the towns that have spent the previous decades using exclusionary zoning to block multifamily and especially affordable housing from being built inside their borders finally will be able to help solve the housing problem that they have helped to create. This is what solutions look like. Now, I've heard some complaints that bills similar to SB 1313 have appeared in the past. Of course they have. We are looking for solutions to our housing problems, not non-solutions. SB 1313 is a solution. The free market is a powerful force, and it is time to let the free market prevail to meet Connecticut's housing demand. Remove from these selected districts near our train stations the exclusionary zoning laws and NIMBY zoning board blockades that relentlessly block multifamily home construction. Last, I'm aware that this bill does not contain an affordability requirement, but frankly, because it is only part of the solution we need, I am fine with that. I am 66 years old. One thing I have learned from living in different places is that much of the affordable housing available in many places was market rate housing that had been built 50 years earlier. So if SB 1313 will help to make housing affordable 50 years from now in Connecticut, or hopefully sooner, then that is great news and excellent long-term planning for future needs while providing needed market rate homes in the interim. And if SB 1313 fails this year, I hope it does not, I hope that it will return soon with any improvements to help it pass and solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your testimony. And while I'm not sure what this bill is going to ultimately, what its future is, we certainly have a handful of bills, both in planning and development and the housing committee, that are seeking to address the housing crisis we face in Connecticut, because we truly do face a housing crisis. So I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we really do thank you for hanging in with us and coming back to testify. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Joan Panagos. I'm probably saying that last name wrong, so my apologies. Could be Panagos, not sure. And I don't think Joan is with us right now. So we're going to skip ahead to Dennis Crow. When you're ready, feel free.
Okay, thank you. Let me get my testimony up. All right, my name is Dennis Crow. It's still, no, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, co-chairs Senator Rahman and Representative Kavros-DeGraw, and ranking members Senator Gordon and Representative Zullo, and esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 1313. This bill has been proposed for several years now, and we find it difficult to understand why, if it wasn't passed before, it would be presented identically without addressing the objections that necessitated its rejection then. Not every town is capable of significantly expanding its housing within the half-mile radius of its transit stations. Land in that area is already developed, not, as the previous speaker just said, through exclusionary zoning, because these buildings were put before zoning existed here. And the land is not frequently available for sale. But if a lot should become available, a developer could purchase it and erect anywhere up to a massive tower, even without regard to zoning and without regard to any housing and zoning plan submitted by the town. That plan submitted in accordance with HB 6944 proposed by the Housing Committee. That's the affordable housing requirement. How large a complex? Well, a town such as Madison, with only one transit station, would have no say in how large that building could be until the average density in that area reaches 15 units per acre. A half-mile radius around a train station encompasses 502 acres. At 15 per acre, that allows developers to create 7,500 units, minus those units already in existence, without town approval. Now, obviously, they're not going to do that, but you could develop any number up to that without any approval. In Madison, a sizable chunk of that circular area around our train station is exempted for railways, highways, and wetlands. But even half of that number would still be 3,750 units. The developer could develop perhaps a 30-story building completely out of step with the shoreline community that attracts new residents and tourists alike to its downtown area. And there'd be nothing that could stop him from being completely out of touch with that. Particularly noticeable is the complete absence in this bill of any requirement that those units would include affordable housing. Thus, the state requires in one bill that the town create affordable housing according to some allocation, and in another that allows a developer to completely upset the balance in the wrong direction, put in more expensive housing. But the problem is worse than that. Developers may come in and get design approval for the building with promises that their septic system will be adequate. Madison has no sewers, none. That water usage will be reduced, and that electrical power available will be sufficient, and that there will be no negative effect on adjacent wetlands. But when the building is open for occupancy, the developer disappears and the town is left with an unrecoverable disaster, as we find that those promises were not, in fact, true. The bill is not just a square peg in a round hole. It is a formula for chaos in town planning. I most strongly urge you to, once again, reject this bill. And I do want to add that I heard testimony when Maria Weingarten was speaking that basically said, your town is wealthy. You have $2 million properties. So therefore, we can put this in and that'll show you, if you will. And I find that completely inappropriate. I find
So your
that
3 minutes are up, I believe.
Thank
So
you.
please wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, so I find that inappropriate. I find that the real solution is to work with the planning that we're trying to do in other bills and not just allow any developer to come in and build anything he wants. So once again, I urge you to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We certainly hope you'll come back and testify for some of the ideas that we have for planning and development, zoning, and housing. Thank you so much for your time. I'm seeing no questions. Have a wonderful afternoon. Up next, we have Zach McCune, followed by Matthew Mandel. When you're ready, Zach.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Zach McEwen. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Just wanted to thank everybody and the opportunity to testify today. I wanted to concentrate my time on a couple bills today. The first bill I wanted to concentrate on and voice our concerns / oppose is SB 1313, which essentially mandates towns to allow certain housing density development as of right near transit stations. I know there's a lot of TOD proposals out there. It'll be interesting to see kind of where we land. There's been different iterations over the years. But one, TOD proposal or legislation actually that we do have on the books is the Municipal Redevelopment Authority, also known as MRDA. And as many of you probably know, $60 million was bonded to help get MRDA off the ground. And essentially, towns that opt to collaborate with MRDA could adopt a housing growth zone centered around TOD. And the towns that opt in would be required to adopt zoning regulations that facilitate certain housing development and also substantially increase the production of dwelling units that meet local and regional housing demand. So, we've seen a lot of interest among towns and cities and would recommend the committee to really work off this framework with increased incentives, working off MRDA for sewer infrastructure. That leads me to a bill that I would like to support, and CCM supports HB 6960, which is an act establishing public infrastructure grant programs for certain municipalities. Essentially, what this bill would do, it would require OPM to administer a program that provides grants to municipalities for the costs of public infrastructure associated with affordable housing. And when we developed our program for the 2025 session, our members really stressed the need for infrastructure support for affordable housing and TOD, specifically for towns that don't have sewer infrastructure. A lot of what our members thought that maybe the best avenue for this would be to go through MRDA, as I just mentioned in the previous bill, and provide incentives for those towns to adopt zoning regulations. Although, just reading this bill, we support the concept and would welcome grants. A lot of these sewer infrastructure developments are very costly, so it's just something to note when talking about these developments. But concept-wise, we support HB 6960. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you much. We're getting a little tired, apparently. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate you, and seeing no questions at this time, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Moving on to Matthew Mandel and then Representative Steinberg. Matthew, are you with us? I am not seeing you, and I am not seeing Representative Representative Steinberg, I guess he'll get promoted, so we'll wait on him for just a second. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jonathan Steinberg, State Representative for the 136th District, the town of Westport. I will also, ideally, with the permission of the chair, be reading the testimony of Matt Mandel, who unfortunately is at the doctor's office at this moment. Nothing untoward, but he's unable to join us today. I'm testifying on the Bill 6812 with regard to inclusionary zoning. Getting suburban municipalities like Westport, which I represent, to embrace affordable housing is one of the goals we have as a state. Westport has been trying to do the right thing. We've achieved one 830G moratorium. We're close to another. We've created a very strong inclusionary zoning plan, and we've championed middle housing and ADUs. More recently, the town has created a special affordable housing trust fund with the specific intention of collecting monies annually to use for the purpose of acquiring land. And as you know, in a town like Westport, land is often the biggest obstacle because it's so expensive. And it commits the town to do its own initiatives. And I'm going to leave it there, and with the chair's permission, quickly read through Matt Mandel's testimony.
As quickly as you can, sir.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Mandel, and I'm the chair of Westport's Representative Town Meetings, Planning and Zoning Committee. I also served on the state's Commission on Future and Development Committee on Affordable Housing. If Mr. Steinberg is reading this letter, it's because I have a doctor's appointment. I'll just go past that. Westport is committed to creating affordable housing as part of 830J. We created a robust affordable housing plan. As part of it, I was the lead sponsor in creating an affordable housing trust fund implemented in February of 2024. The goal for us was to accrue about $1 million a year through an inclusionary housing fee, 0.5% on all non-municipal building costs. We are nearing that first-year goal as of today. As part of the ordinance, an affordable housing committee was created and began its work on how these funds should be spent. It became apparent that the purchase of land was the major foundation in creating meaningful affordable housing. And surprisingly, the town attorney in Westport red flagged such a possible expenditure as acquisition was not affirmatively stated in the enabling statute 8-2I. By contrast, a similar section in 8-37 PP, it does appear. So we're before you today to see a change in 8-2I to allow for acquisition. I've submitted testimony which has the specific changes to 8-2I, which would include acquiring, developing, renovating, and or maintaining or incentivizing these restrictions, and including, without limitation, acquiring, demolishing, developing, constructing, rehabilitating, renovating, repairing, and maintaining. The explicit goal is to create the circumstances for the town to acquire land for the use of affordable housing, ideally in places where it makes the most sense and is affordable to acquire. This is a change that may only benefit Westport in the short term, but we're hopeful that it will. I should make clear, I'm no longer reading the letter. We are hopeful that this will inspire other suburban communities also interested in promoting affordable housing to move along the same lines because of the obstacle of expensive housing. It's an acknowledgement that we feel that every community in the state of Connecticut has a role to play in promoting the affordable housing we all need. We are hoping that this small technical change will be supported by the committee and will allow us to move forward with using these funds in a way which will actually lead to affordable housing on the ground in suburban communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's always nice to see you. I just want to confirm, so this is an enabling language that is an option.
That would be correct. Certainly towns don't have to avail themselves or create this fund, but if they do, we want to make sure they have the leeway to use it for acquisition, which is not currently explicit in statute.
Thank you so much. We do like to make things as clear as possible on the Planning and Development Committee. So it sounds like that would be potentially very useful for towns. So I thank you for your time. I do not see any questions right now. But we appreciate you having you, and we hope that your friend who is here to was supposed to be here to testify is all well.
I'll be glad to report back to the committee on his condition if so required.
A text will suffice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, Representative Steinberg. Moving on. Up next, we have Scott Hobbs, followed by Megan Falzone. Scott, you're on mute, but feel free to unmute. We'd love to hear you.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Scott Hobbs. I'm chairman of the Housing Authority of New Canaan. Been chairman for the last, I don't know, 12 years or so, and been on the committee for another 3 years before that. New Canaan's been very successful in converting a bunch of renovating and adding to our affordable housing stock. Our community has been very dedicated to this. As one quick aside, as Representative Steinberg mentioned, that change in the language is very important because New Canaan just recently bought the old Avalon property, and we were not allowed to use our trust fund, our affordable housing trust fund funds in that purchase because it specifically says you can't acquire using those funds. And that was an obstacle to us doing this, which caused us to have to jump around even more. Sorry, but my main point in speaking is against SB 1313. Again, while I'll say the intentions of this bill are good, it just doesn't function well. Small and rural communities, small towns, mid-sized towns, rural communities, this is totally an inappropriate response to how to deal with affordable housing. For example, like in New Canaan, we have something called God's Acre in our historic district that's well within the half mile of our train station. It would make no sense in order to allow the 10-story building, 5-story building to do that. Our roads are not set up in such a way to actually allow any sort of movement should this amount of density go into place. I'm a landowner in that area, and I absolutely know that you have a first mover incentive should this go into effect, because the first couple of units that get done where you end up going really high density, they're likely to achieve maximum return. And after that, the neighborhood gets destroyed and people past that will receive much less return under anything. So everybody is incentivized to move very quickly to go forward. And then for a town like New Canaan, where under our zoning rules, we're basically built out, you can't allow this to happen allowing this to happen would end up vastly affecting people who made purchases, dedicated their lives, huge sacrifices in order to be in the community, and assuming that they had some idea as to what their neighbor would be. Under this rule, you have no idea who your neighbor would be. In addition, New Canaan, our school system's kind of full, so if we ended up adding another 1,000 units, which would easily be done, which would end up happening under this process, where do we put the new schools? How do we add to our fire department? We don't have space for any of this. Do we have to dedicate all of our parks in order to take over more municipal facilities? Do we have to upgrade all of our septic? Do we have to upgrade all of our sewer systems? Who ends up paying for that? Can we add any fees in order to pay for that? Nothing has gone over. These are the sort of decisions that really need to be made at the local level. Communities want to have diversity inside of their groups. They want to be able to have different people living there. But as long as a community is highly desirable, it will have expensive property. And I've challenged people that find me one place in the entire planet that is highly desirable to live in that doesn't have an affordable housing crisis. Every single one does. And the only way that you're going to lower the prices is to destroy those communities. So if you do add an extra 4,000 units to New Canaan's 7,000, yes, you will end up destroying it and the prices will go down, but no one's going to want to live there. I think Ms. Weingart she did a far better job on this issue than I did. She knows far more about it. She's a wonderful resource and really understands the issues thoroughly. So again, I'm strongly against this. Only local communities really understand what works for them. And communities really, they do want their communities to work. So it's great for people to throw out there that everyone's being exclusionary and they're trying to keep people out. New Canaan certainly isn't.
3 minutes has expired. Please summarize.
Sure. And I'm one of those people that spend a lot of my time and effort, trying to make the community better and affordable. And this solution is just simply not one that would work. Thank you
so much. Thank you very much. I am seeing no questions at this time. We're having a sort of slow afternoon here, but thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you.
You bet.
Okay, up next we have Megan Falzone, followed by Ellen Paul. I am not seeing. Oh, Megan, are you with us? There you
Yes,
are.
I
Great,
am.
thank you so much.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Megan Falzone. I am here to speak in support of HB 6958. I am an avid library user and have been my whole life. My preferred way of reading books is audiobooks, followed by ebooks. And I love that I can do my chores and also consume a book. I had a baby last year and I was up in the middle of the night feeding her as you do. And I needed something that was quiet enough not to disturb her so she wouldn't fully wake up and I could get her to go back to sleep. But at 3 a.m., several wake ups, I was exhausted. I needed something to keep my attention, and that's where audiobooks were a lifesaver for me. I'd put on my headphones so she wasn't bothered, and I was able to keep the lights off, and it allowed me to focus on a story. So I didn't, fall asleep while trying to feed her. At that point, I was going through an audiobook a day, sometimes two. I also had my Kindle with ebooks, and I could use those with one hand. While I'm feeding her, doing something else. Unlike a physical book, it can be really unwieldy if you only have one hand. If I had to go to the library to pick up books, I probably wouldn't have read it all because bundling up my baby to go there, hoping she didn't get hungry or need a change or just cry, it was really overwhelming. So being able to get an ebook or an audiobook in the middle of the night when the library is closed just was really helpful. I read over 150 books via ebook and audiobook last year. Knowing how much this costs the library so that I can save the money has been really eye-opening. So I really encourage you to pass this to allow the libraries to negotiate better and serve their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice to hear from a book lover. We love our librarians, but we also love our book lovers. So thank you for being here. And I will say, I credit my daughter's interest in politics to the fact that I read out loud to her Flags of Our Fathers by John McCain while I was nursing 24 years ago. Anyway, so thank you so much. I don't see any questions at this time, but we really do appreciate hearing from you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Up next, Ellen Paul, followed by Scott, and I always say this wrong, Scott Jarzombek. Close enough, right?
Honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for having me. I'm here in support of HB 6958, the library ebook bill. My name is Ellen Paul. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Library Consortium, an organization that is partially funded by the state of Connecticut to negotiate publicly bid discount contracts on behalf of over 1,000 libraries across the state of Connecticut. So I like to say, state government has DAS to negotiate their contracts. The libraries have the Connecticut Library Consortium. We have over 100 different publicly bid contracts for libraries to use, covering furniture, print books, supplies, technology, equipment. We put together the RFP, we put it out on the DAS website, we get companies to respond, and we evaluate their responses and choose the best values for our libraries that are funded with taxpayer dollars. But the ebook market works completely differently. There are no responses to the bid because we're told that ebooks are not a discountable product. We're told that there is no competition. The price is the same no matter what aggregator you go to. And so that is why we are turning to the state of Connecticut for help. We have been purchasing ebooks for the past 20 years, and the terms, conditions, and pricing gets worse every year. The other side will say, that it is up to the publishers to set their own prices. And to that I say that there is no other commodity that the government buys that works this way. Like, just think about your local parks and recreation departments buying a basketball hoop for your local park for all of the members of the community to come together and share. Like, what would we think if that basketball hoop cost 6 times more because that manufacturer thought, well, then people won't buy those basketball hoops for their own individual driveways. It doesn't work like that. Parks and Rec builds a community of basketball lovers the way that libraries build a community of readers. So we're here today asking for your help in negotiating these contracts, something that is well within the rights of the state to do. And we don't come here, lightly. It's been 4 years of this. We are still asking for your help today.
Thank you so much. First of all, I love that you come up with a new analogy every year that we can use. So that's great. And that's a really good one. I also wanted to go back to the comment about they say that ebooks can't be discounted, because we all know they can, because I'll have authors that email me directly and say my book's $1.99 on Amazon today. So that's a bunch of hooey. Frustrating hooey, frankly. So I guess I was hoping you could address, we've had some folks, librarians included, who get a little nervous about the portion of the bill. Oh, you can't enter into a contract if it does this, this, this. Could you just expound a little bit on that? Because I think that that's the unclear part. And that was part of our challenge last year, was helping people understand why that is not as concerning, I guess, as it might appear in language.
Yeah, so currently, again, librarians and libraries have no negotiating power over the contracts that they sign. So they end up signing things that, quite honestly, anybody else purchasing goods for the government would never sign, like a non-disclosure agreement. We're spending public money, and yet we can't talk about what we're spending. That doesn't sit right when you're spending taxpayer dollars. So what we're hoping that this bill does is put us on an equal playing field with these publishers to be able to come to the table and negotiate terms that are not only good for libraries, but also good for the state of Connecticut and taxpayers.
I just keep thinking about the waste, just the unbelievable waste. And I think that, like our last testifier, when you find out about how much waste is involved, and it almost makes you feel guilty as a library patron to be taking these books out, because you're one of the 26 and that makes it so much harder.
And that is the thing, I did have someone say to me, well, why don't libraries just stop buying the books? But that is our mission, to provide educational and recreational reading materials to everyone in our community. For us to just stop buying the books would be essentially like saying we're going to stop existing for our mission. I don't think that that is the path forward here.
No, and the reality is that even in towns that say have the means to raise the money through their Friends of the Library groups, that's not a solution either. The reality is, as I said before, they're being greedy, and we don't want limits out. We don't want it to be leases out to an unlimited infinity number. But there is somewhere to negotiate between 26 uses or 2 years and infinity. And that's the problem, is they can't seem to, they don't want to negotiate. And so we'll keep bringing this bill until we make some headway. And as I think you've probably heard, there are many other states that are interested in running the exact same bill. My hope is that at some point, one of those states is way larger than we are, because I think that we could end up with the same good terms that they have once a larger state passes it.
I think Hawaii is the one to watch right now.
Yeah.
They're on the cusp.
That's we're fingers crossed. I hope they're using our language.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your time. I don't see any questions. We appreciate you. Okay, up next we have Scott Jezrombek, and then Jezrombek. I'm gonna get it. Scott, one of these days, gosh darn it. I did. And then I should have my glasses on, followed by Matt Hart. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. I'm Scott Jezrombek, a resident of Seymour, and here on the behalf of the over 700 members of the Connecticut Library Association, of which I am president. I am here today to speak in favor of HB number 6958. My colleagues and peers have already eloquently presented our case, so I will keep my remarks brief. My purpose in being here is to assure the committee members that the vast majority of the professionals in the library community in this state and across the country support ebook legislation. The membership of CLA has for years supported legislation that seeks fair contractual negotiation. This was true during the last session, and it is certainly will be true during this session. As a library director, my day job involves significant amount of purchasing. I have negotiated furniture installations, carpet tile replacements, and the purchase of audio equipment. When Pete the farmer brings Beatrice the llama to a children's program, there is a negotiation about the number of attendees, program time, number of programs, length of time, and cost. This is a part of my responsibility as a member of our municipal government. There is nothing more American than the business negotiation. Yet, there is this glaring exception for ebooks in libraries. Even though it is evident that libraries will only purchase more material as demand increases. These arbitrary and shifting terms confuse library staff and patrons alike. Some feel this model intends to stifle these services and eliminate libraries from providing this format. I would also like to repeat a point made by my colleagues. Digital collections are not a luxury. Electronic formats provide a unique opportunity for libraries. They break down the barriers for those unable to access our material due to transportation, time, or health. Digital audiobooks and the ability to adjust fonts on ebooks serve those with impaired sight. And one service population I would like everybody to think about is our seniors, because this is really who we're talking about when we discuss all these barriers. The availability of this content promotes not only literacy, but also equity. In closing, the current leasing model presents an unfair and unsustainable model for libraries. We are not seeking to deny authors their fair share, but rather advocating for the ability to negotiate equitable terms to continue our mission of serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And would you say, I mean, I think based on the numbers I read out earlier about how many billions of dollars are involved in this industry, you've seen a huge uptick in your circulation in terms of these books or desire to have those books?
Absolutely. In the community I serve, it's close to 50% of our circulation.
Wow, that's significant.
And, you know, it's the constant concern that I hear from, you know, the person who does purchasing in my office and my collection development team is we're running out of money.
Yeah.
We did get a small increase from in our budget last year, but we're not asking for an increase again because municipal budgets, we all know, are tight.
So that really is tying one hand behind your back. I believe Senator Wong is going to have some questions for you. I'm giving him a second to catch his breath. We all have a lot of other meetings going on today, so we're running between rooms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, woefully out of shape here. Let me begin by saying, Scott, thank you for your leadership in Fairfield. We love our libraries, our family loves it, but it serves such an important role. Summer reading programs for children, the collaboration that you do with our association libraries, Pequot. But you talked about the budgetary impact, and I want to hone in on that. When you're talking about post-COVID, seeing the number of ebooks and the use that occurs, how is that impacting your ability to serve the community and provide access against the pressure of municipal budgets? I think we made clear, and I want to ask you to reiterate, beyond the wonderful support from the Friends of Fairfield Library, which raise money, most of your budget comes from municipal allocation. It's property taxes. So talk about that as a translation, that these kind of price differential, this dramatic impact on your ability to provide a critical community service comes from the property taxpayers of our municipality. Talk about that, because that's important for all of us that value representing our community and taxpayers.
Well, I mean, probably the hardest part of all this is also budget season for many of the library directors who are coming here. My suits get a lot of miles over the next few months. So I may be in a meeting here or testifying here, if I'm lucky, earlier in the day, and then running back to go before my selectmen or before my finance board. And every year there is that discussion on our budgets. Every year. And every year ebooks come up. And I have had members of my finance board be like, why are we leasing? Why can't we just buy these? Why do these get to disappear? And then there's that ripple effect of, we only have a certain amount of money. Do we reduce our programming? Do we reduce our early literacy programming? Do we reduce our programming for seniors? Do we limit the amount of money we have for part-time employees to keep the library open? These are all fiscal decisions that library leadership has to make almost every year. And when we see this service that, of course, is growing and that we really want to provide for the public, Then it comes down to sitting in my office going, okay, we need an additional $5,000, $10,000. That's my entire program budget. So do we stop doing those other wonderful things that the community expects from us? And I can tell you, if we limited our early literacy programs, you all, Senator, you would hear it, because they would go all the way as far as they could go. So it's really just that budget pressure that we're facing. And it's like I said before, everything else we get to negotiate. I get to negotiate with that programmer how much money we're paying them and how many sessions they're doing. I get to negotiate about the physical books. We can go to them and say, oh, can we create better terms? I mean, this is just the way we do things in the United States. And yet for this one thing, it's like, no, sorry, we can't. This is the one magical thing that we just can't do. It flies in the face of the free market.
You talk about the free market, and I think we pay special attention to understanding the copyright protection, the preemption of federal protection of that, no doubt. But this is contract law, and we want to focus on that. But I really want to translate for why this is important beyond the great affinity and awareness of libraries being a part of every community in this state, and the support of the municipalities. You hit on a point that it's all in the budget allocation. And even though your Board of Finance is looking at your budget, even for you've made a decision to not raise your allocation because the prices hasn't changed. But you run the risk of cutting other programs, early literacy, summer reading programs, internet access for our seniors, for those that do not have the digital capacity. It comes out of something else, because the reality is you have over 50% utilizing ebooks now, and it is a consumer demand. But what's also incredulous to me is that expires after 24 months. And you only have, and we haven't mentioned it, you only get specific rentals out of it. Is there a limit? I heard it was like 28.
Well, one issue that you're highlighting is it changes. As I said in my testimony, this is confusing for library staff, never mind our patrons and our stakeholders like our friends and trustees. We constantly need to explain this because they're just like, well, I don't understand why it's so different for each book, each title, each publisher. It really makes things difficult. And then the apps that we use to deliver this content, Hoopla, that's a different pricing structure there as well, because we get charged per circ. And so if we're doing really well as a library, we're also spending more money. So it all comes down to the end of the year, really crunching our budget and saying, do we have enough to do all of this? And it's frustrating to have one component of what we do be so out of our control. We want authors to get paid. We have a great relationship with publishers. They love us when it comes to physical books. I get emails all the time. We get ARCs. They know that we do some of the best promoting. If you're popular with a librarian, guess what? Your book sales will go up in that community without a doubt. And I don't think any author would disagree with that. However, again, with ebooks, it's just magically different. And we're not asking, we understand the concept of friction. We don't want to make it too easy for the consumer. I just set my mom up with her Kindle Paperwhite, and she's got her Kindle Unlimited, and she has her Libby. And she said, if I can't get that, that Patterson book I want, I'll probably go and buy it. And that's how a lot of people who use the library operate. I mean, there are those that we serve that don't have the means, but there are those we serve who do have the means. They might come to the library and just look at the book, read the book, and then go and purchase it. So I can't see any reason why this should be so restrictive when we are so beneficial to the publishing industry.
Well, I think that focuses on this bill, and the language is the unilateral decision-making, that you don't have a choice. And what you just shared is they can change terms anytime, and you have a choice. But I want to bounce over beyond the municipal budget impact, because for all of us, we're very sensitive to it. But I think the other part you talked about is the social equity side. You just talked about the example of your mother. she may have the means to be able to go get that book. But there are many in our communities that struggle, and library is the only source of access to information, reading, and knowledge. There's a social equity impact to this, even in towns like Fairfield, Southport, but Colchester. But the reality is, there are social equity concerns in every community.
I think when you look at rural libraries, I've been the director of rural libraries. We had very limited hours, and they're far away from where most people live. When you have an ebook collection in those communities that have very limited budgets, you are now making it so that library material is accessible 24/7. And I think that's a beautiful thing. In a community like Fairfield, we have a lot of people who want to retire in place. However, it's not cheap to retire in place in Fairfield. So they are on a limited budget. And the library is not only there to provide content for them, but also a social engaging place. We have a loneliness crisis. And I bring this up because if we have to limit hours at the library because we need to cut our budget in order to buy ebooks, this will have that ripple effect. And again, for those who are sight impaired, holding a Kindle Paperwhite is so much better for individuals who have sight impairment or are just physically impaired. I mean, this really is about providing accessibility to everyone.
Thank you. I just want to point out, and this was provided from the Connecticut libraries and some pricing differential, and I want to enter that into the records if it's okay by the chair. And a book that has been long published, It by Stephen King. A library price as a hardcover is $32, and the Amazon ebook that is purchased in the market is $12.99, and a library price of ebooks for 24 months is $59.99, and the Amazon e-audiobook is $26.24. My eyes are shot, right? But here's where the shocker was for me. This is a long-established book that the library price for e-audiobooks for only 24 months, used for a narrow use of allocation, is $129.99. This is a book that, God bless Mr. Stephen King, he has earned his residuals and his incredible talent to scare. What is the rationale that is given to you? I'm surmising you were given no rationale. You were given no exchange. But that disparity on a book that has long been published, and it is a big hardcover at that price of $32. But that difference in an Amazon ebook purchase audiobook versus what you have to pay is remarkable. What do you say to that? And that gets the crux of the unilateral decision of not a fair market.
When you're a department head, you are looking at the best use of taxpayer money. And it's something that you take very seriously. I take this very seriously. And it makes it really difficult to make the decision to purchase that material. Because is that the best use of our money? And I wish I could go back to the table and say, listen, I get it. The audio engineer needs to make money. The person who reads the book aloud needs to make money. I respect all of that. But this is a lot. And it really, the return on investment, the amount of circs that will go out with that material is so much lower than our physical books. So it really comes down to not purchasing things that may even be in high demand because the cost is so prohibitive.
That's an outrageous price differential. But one of the advocates have said in opposition to this bill is, if it's contract law, then you know what? You can negotiate, and they won't sell you the books. They won't sell books to the entire system. Then what happens? What if that occurred?
That's going to happen with time anyway. I mean, that's really where we're at. That's why some of us wonder if this is being done on purpose. But at some point, the smaller libraries, my library can afford to purchase these ebooks. It's not great, it's stressful, but we can do it. But I think about my colleagues who run smaller libraries with smaller budgets. They are going to walk away from this. So no matter what, this is going to evolve to just something that we can no longer provide at the costs and the how prohibitive these agreements are. And also our local municipal leaders are going to look at us, my trustees, my selectmen and women, they're going to look at us and go, why are we spending all of this money? And then also is it worth it? Is it worth the amount of time for my staff to have to manage this? You know, they have these Excel spreadsheets. Okay, we know these popular books are going to be coming off at this time. I got to look at the count for this other particular book. I mean, it really, it's maddening. And it's, when speaking to my friends who are in private business, and I talk about this with them because they see it and they go, hey, what's up with this? Why don't, you know, some of them are artists, like, why don't you want to pay artists? I tell them about the contracts and they're like, that does not make any sense to me. So it's really, really frustrating to make those decisions.
Thank you again for the indulgence of the chair, but we don't have any academic university libraries, research libraries present to give testimony. But in your previous role as the regional librarian for Albany, New York, you've interacted with a lot of the SUNYs and interactions. What is the recent decision by publishers to no longer give free access to academic research and books? I represent State Librarian Shander mentioned that is a recent unilateral phenomenon, but I can't even imagine what it would do to the principle of academic research to not have access to those kind of books unless the rich gets richer and the social equity side of it is not raised.
Well, I'm an adjunct lecturer with SUNY Albany. I teach once a semester. And it is difficult because part of my course is finding journal articles for my class to read and respond to. And as for me, and you know, it's library and information science. So I think we're going to be pretty open about allowing as much material as possible. But I can only imagine what my colleagues are going through just preparing for a course. And now that material is no longer available because the university library does not have a budget to pay what's being asked for.
And I think this bill would also give consideration to academic libraries as well, because I think I would welcome their voice in articulating the freedom to access of information through academic research and the principle that it hopes. This unilateral decision to take a pricing that has impacted you so many times is also going to raise another loud voice in this advocacy. So I appreciate the opportunity for you to articulate that perspective as well. But also on the end for me is worth running up to be able to talk to a librarian in our community that has done such a great job. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I am not seeing any other questions at this time, but I think you have illustrated very clearly why we are here. And it does seem like they're out to break the libraries, and that just is unconscionable. And frankly, it's part of the public trust. It's part of free speech. Can't allow it.
And we appreciate the work done
Yeah.
by our elected officials, those on the committee, for sticking with us and still fighting this fight with us.
Yeah, we're in it to win it this year.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Knock on
Thank you
wood.
so much. Of course. Up next, we have Matt Hart, followed by Kirk Carr, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, ranking members, and members of the committee. Matt Hart here with the Capital Region Council of Governments, and I'd like to briefly touch on 3 bills that are before you today. First is proposed Bill 6424 concerning a property tax abatement and payment in lieu of taxes, or a pilot for shopping malls converted to residential use. CROG supports the concept of this bill, understanding that the details of the proposal need to be fleshed out. Several of our towns, including Manchester, Enfield, and Mansfield, host shopping malls that have lost key tenants and have otherwise declined over the past several years. So this concept of backstopping a local tax abatement with a state pilot could also be applied to incentivize the conversion of other vacant commercial office properties. And those vacancies are a significant issue in communities such as Hartford, Windsor, Farmington, and others. So converting as many of these vacant or underutilized commercial properties to residential use would certainly help to increase our inventory of attainable and market rate housing. Moving on to Senate Bill 1041 concerning voluntary revenue sharing agreements. Also find this bill to be very intriguing and worth further exploration. Revenue sharing is common in some other states. It's used to promote economic and community development, as well as service sharing between towns. Those are all important policy goals here at CROG and for the state. And permitting towns to assess a separate mill rate for property or projects subject to a shared revenue agreement may make this tool more viable. And then lastly, Raise Bill 6960, which would establish a public infrastructure grant program for certain municipalities. We also support the intent of this bill, designed to assist municipalities with the cost of infrastructure that's needed to support deed-restricted affordable housing. We've got a significant deficiency in the number of affordable units in our region and across the state as well. Housing, as we all know, is expensive to build, so state assistance for infrastructure costs would be a welcome incentive. Thank you for the opportunity to touch on all three of these bills here. Appreciate your service to our communities and our residents. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you always coming to testify and certainly sharing the CROG perspective. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but we wish you a good afternoon and we'll reach out if we have any questions. Thanks so much.
Very good. Thank you. Take care.
Okay, up next, Kirk Carr, followed by Liam Brennan. Mr. Carr, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, chairpersons and ranking members and members of the committee. Sorry, I'm having a problem here with my computer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kirk Carr. I have lived in Connecticut since 1980, and I strongly oppose Raised Bill 1313, an extreme overreach that threatens the charm, infrastructure, and very future of Connecticut's towns. Let's be clear, this bill is not about smart growth, it's about forced growth. Under this legislation, the state strips municipalities of control over zoning in transit areas, forcing towns to approve dense, high-rise housing, 15 units per acre, without public input on projects. That means no public hearings, no local oversight, no consideration for the unique needs of each town on individual projects. What does this mean for the people who actually live here? Traffic congestion will explode. Town roads will built for small communities will become gridlock highways as high density development flood in, overwhelming our streets, our public transit, and Ridgeville congestion is already exacerbated by commuters transiting. Is already overwhelming our streets. Emergency services will struggle. Fire, police, and ambulance response times will increase, putting residents' lives at risk. The state is mandating growth without providing resources to handle it. Schools will be overwhelmed. New families mean more students, but no additional classrooms, teachers, or funding. Will the state be covering that bill? No, of course, local taxpayers will. Sewers, water, and power will be stretched thin. Many of our towns do not have the infrastructure to handle this sudden influx. Water pressure will drop, storm drains will flood, and the already strained systems will collapse under the weight of unchecked development. We've seen the consequences of water shortages in the recent LA fires. And worst of all, we the people have no say. Under this bill, developers get as of right approval, meaning towns must approve the projects in 65 days, no matter the impact. If towns don't comply, the state wipes out the zoning rules entirely. This is not how democracy works. We elect local leaders to make decisions for our communities, not to be overridden by Hartford in a one-size-fits-all mandate that benefits developers at the expense of residents. Let's talk about the consequences. This bill doesn't create affordable housing. It creates a developer windfall. It doesn't respect environmental protection. It steamrolls over local planning efforts, and it doesn't build stronger communities. It destroys them with overcrowding, congestion, and unmanageable costs. Chairpersons, members of the committee, ask yourselves this. Would you want this bill forced on your town, on your constituents? Would you want unelected bureaucrats deciding what gets built in your backyard, ignoring local voices? Would you want your schools, emergency services, and infrastructure to be
Sir, your
pushed
3 minutes
past
are
the
up. Please
breaking point?
summarize.
While fat cat developers grow even richer, if the answer is no, then this bill must be rejected. I urge you to stand up for Connecticut's towns, protect local control, say no to Race Bill 1313. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
The button. There we go.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today and for being here today. My name is Liam Brennan. I'm the Executive Director of the Livable City Initiative in the City of New Haven, which is New Haven's housing inspection and, excuse me, anti-blight agency. I'm also a former federal prosecutor and legal aid attorney in the state. And I'm testifying today in support of Bill SB 1317, an act concerning liens for violations of housing code and public place ordinances. LCI, where I work, receives frequent public requests for more efficient housing inspections and in code enforcement. We focus on protecting vulnerable populations in our city who face regularly substandard housing. The current process, which we have in our city and many cities, follows the same for blight cases and housing code cases. We receive a complaint. We do an inspection. We send a notice that says you need to fix this. Then there's a timeline. Then there's another re-inspection, a citation, which says you're going to be fined. Then you go to a hearing officer, and the hearing officer checks that we've done everything correct and stamps it. For blight cases, that's the end. Then you can take this and you can make a lien on the property. For housing code cases and public space cases, which do the same thing, then you have to go to state court, file a case in state court. The judge doesn't hold a hearing, doesn't do anything. The judge just pro forma stamps that, and then you get a civil judgment. You take that civil judgment, go back, and then you can place a lien. So this causes an extra step and extra red tape for enforcing against housing code cases. It requires corp counsel to spend countless hours working on this, filing a filing fee, and waiting for the civil judgment to come out of state court. It doesn't provide any extra protection for anybody because this is a pro forma step in state court. So to give you an idea of what this means, in December of this year, we had 247 outstanding housing code cases, which we had collected over just the last 4 months. All of those have to then go through that process. This bill before you now will align the housing code enforcement with anti-blight enforcement with the same due process protections. This will reduce redundant court filings. It will free up municipal funds and corp counsel time, and it will still maintain the same due process procedures that landlords have in anti-blight cases. I do want to note that to the bill, we do need, I would suggest that you add references to subparagraphs A1 and A2. Those are the references for housing code cases, so that this bill would, for all cases that rest on those powers, and subparagraph H12 for public space violations. Those are currently absent from the current bill, and the reference point only reference back to the anti-blight cases now. So it does need that one little addition to make it effective. The legislature years ago passed laws to combat blight when cities were shrinking. and the anti-blight laws that we have have been really helpful in combating blight in our towns. Currently,
Those are your 3 minutes.
okay, we face growing cities, we have different problems. This will help us address those ways in the same efficient means. And so this will be a solution for today's problems. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions.
So I would also guess, I mean, just in terms of all the housing we have that is maybe not up to code, is falling out, falling into disrepair, et cetera, that would address this as well.
Exactly. Yeah, this takes the issue from inside where the residents live.
Yep.
Blight is from outside, which the
Right.
neighbors deal with. And so it's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, no, and we have really focused on blight the last few years in this committee, so I certainly get it. I appreciate the suggestions. Are those in your written testimony as well?
They are.
Okay, great. And I'm not seeing any, oh, go ahead, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for being here. Can you tell us more about the volume of complaints you're seeing and the ways that you're trying to address the complaints through the citation process? And then what kind of backlogs you're seeing because of that, dealing with the current process?
Sure. So the complaints we're seeing are vast. So the number that I gave before was 247, which were the 4 months of housing code complaints leading up to December. So you take that, you times it by 3 for the additional remaining months. We have a significant number of complaints regularly from residents around the city. Our housing code complaints actually like dwarf our blight complaints. And so this is where we see the majority of our activity these days. However, the process for blight is just much more streamlined. And so what we want to do is streamline this process for housing code as well.
And if you're a bad actor landlord, can you just walk us through what happens currently if you ignore a citation or enforcement action from the city?
Sure. So you get the first notice, right? Which is called a notice of violation for blight, and it's order letter or notice of violation for housing code. And it says you're not doing X, Y, or Z, and you have X amount of time to remediate. For housing code, it's different based on severity. Obviously, if you have no heat or you have no running water, that's a real serious issue, so you get very limited time. Then we do a reinspection after that time period ends to check if somebody has complied. If they haven't complied, that's when we send out what's called a citation, which is the second notice on this issue. And that says, your time is up. You haven't complied now, so now you face fines. However, at that point, we cannot fine the person because we have to then take that citation and bring it to a hearing officer to be approved as an independent check on the work that we do. The citation also says, landlord, if you disagree in any way, you have a right to a hearing before the hearing officer. So just make a request, then you'll get to argue your case before the hearing officer. So we wait to see if that happens. We go to the hearing officer. Either it's contested and the landlord and the city, give each our sides of the story to the hearing officer, or it's uncontested, and then we just put the documents in front of the hearing officer. They decide on a fine. They make sure we properly noticed all the parties involved, and then they issue the fine. At that point, for blight cases, we can then go take that fine and put a lien on the property so that if the landlord sells the property, they can't sell the property without paying us off, without paying the city back for doing the work that they do. We send the assessment that comes out of the hearing officer to them in the mail. So some people just come in and pay. So we've recently received like $27,000 from various landlords who just came in and paid at that point. But for those who don't, then we put the lien on the property. For housing code, though, for those cases, we then take that assessment from the hearing officer, we package it all together, the Corp Counsel spends time doing it, write up a filing for state court, and then we have to file it in state court. And we have to sit there and wait until a judge finally signs off, sends it back to us. That becomes a civil judgment. Then we can take that, we can lien the property and do the same thing on their property. It doesn't provide any extra benefit to anyone, but it does provide a lot of extra red tape for us to getting those done.
And what about time for a tenant who's dealing with some unfortunate housing code condition? How much time would it be adding?
This, to the point of lien, it adds significant amount of time to the point of liens. It adds, it has to get through the hearing officer, which also already takes a lot of time. Then preparation within Corp Counsel's office to the court, waiting for the court to respond. It's months of additional time.
And do you believe between the multiple notices and the public hearing officer that there's adequate due process?
There
involved
is.
in the
I mean, due process concerns are real, and it's something I take really seriously. And it's something, former federal prosecutor, former legal aid attorney, I care about due process a lot. But at this point, the landlords have an opportunity. They've received 2 notices from us. And the second notice, the citation, gives them the opportunity to argue their case before the hearing officer. Additionally, state law gives them a right to contest the hearing officer's decision before a judge in state court as well. And this wouldn't change that at all. So they have plenty of due process as well. It just keeps us from having to go through this extra hoop before finally putting the lien on the property at the end. It saves a lot of time and a lot of money for municipalities across the city and the scarce resources that we have to do our work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am not seeing anyone else at this time. So we thank you so much for clarifying that and appreciate written testimony as well. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Kirk Smith.
Greg Smith, not online. Okay, we are moving to John Colin. Cool. Not online. All right, we are moving the item 28. Colin Bailey. Did I say right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Fellow distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee, I'm here today to express my strong support for HB 6958. As a library director and Connecticut resident, I believe that this legislation is essential in ensuring that all patrons, regardless of their financial background, can benefit from digital reading. Over recent years, libraries have increasingly relied on digital resources, particularly ebooks, to meet the growing needs of their communities. Ebooks provide an incredible opportunity for readers, offering instant access to a vast range of titles with the convenience of a digital format. For many patrons, especially those who rely on public libraries for free access to literature, ebooks are vital to education, personal development, and lifelong learning. However, the high cost of ebook licenses and the limited budgets of libraries severely hinder our ability to purchase sufficient digital content. In Connecticut, library budgets are already stretched thin, and many libraries have faced significant challenges with per capita spending, West Haven being one of those, spending less than $2 per capita. We cannot meet growing demands, especially for digital materials, and that's with being in a large consortium sharing costs for ebooks. Low funding leaves libraries struggling to afford ebooks and other digital media, resulting in a system where many patrons are left with limited access to the vast wealth of digital resources that they need. In West Haven alone, 1 in 5 do not have internet access in their homes, yet our digital circulation last year was still close to 30% of our total circulation. When libraries are forced to choose between purchasing a few ebook licenses or maintaining our physical collections, we often prioritize the latter, leaving a growing gap in digital offerings. As a result, patrons, especially those who cannot afford to purchase their own books, are left behind. This creates a digital divide that disproportionately affects underserved and economically vulnerable communities, denying our more vulnerable populations the ability to have the same level of access simply because they cannot afford digital materials cannot continue. HB 6958 would address this imbalance by ensuring that libraries have the ability to acquire ebooks at more affordable prices, enhancing access to educational and recreational materials for all Connecticut residents. By promoting fairer price for ebooks, this legislation would allow librarians to stretch their limited budgets further and provide a more comprehensive and equitable selection of digital materials. Libraries want to provide more access to books, not less. We want to buy as many items as possible to meet the ever-growing demand for digital content. Supporting this bill is a critical step towards ensuring that Connecticut libraries can offer equal access to resources for all, regardless of income or location. This is not just a matter of convenience, it is an issue of social equity and education. Libraries are vital public services, and the digital resources they provide are essential for the growth and development of all individuals, especially those most in need. I urge you to support HB 6958 to ensure that every Connecticut resident has the same opportunity to access information and knowledge, no matter their financial institution. And finally, I'd also like to add that I will be submitting a letter, written testimony that will have 65 librarian directors in the state that are all in favor of this bill. That's nearly a third of all directors in the state.
Thank you. We don't have any question at this time. Thank you so much for being here today with us. It's a really great bill. So many speaker was today here talking about the, and sharing their, thought and idea. And thank you. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you so much.
With that, we are moving, calling our next speaker, Jane Chaper. Jane Chaper. She's online. Are you there? I didn't see them. Yes, okay.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members and everyone else online. I am speaking, my name is Jan Schaefer. I live in New Canaan, Connecticut, and I'm speaking in opposition to Bill number 1313. First of all, when I read this bill, I really wondered who this bill was designed to really help. And all I can see that it really helps is developers. It certainly does not help the local towns. I'm wondering who are the people that are going to decide where sewers, water, traffic, parking, and schools fit into this plan to increase density in our local towns. Also, New Canaan has 2 transit stations. One of them is just in a residential area. So there's really no services at all in that area. We have done a great job in New Canaan in building affordable housing. We have a committee that is dedicated to finding ways to build more affordable housing. We recently brought a project where we're going to turn some of the homes into affordable housing. And I think it is needed, and we've done a great job and are continuing to do a great job. But this particular bill does not help that situation at all. So I'm really, again, wondering who it helps. I see that it really only helps developers as far as I can see. Anyway, that is basically what I wanted to say, unless anybody has any questions.
I don't see any question at this time. And thank you so much. This is why we're having the public hearing and hearing from people. We appreciate it, your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome. With that, we have a next speaker I see online, Matthew Mendel. You there? Yeah. All right, we're waiting for you, sir. Matthew Mendel, you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, thank you.
I don't know if you can see me, but I can see you.
Yeah, okay.
Should I speak?
Please proceed.
Yeah, I know Representative Jonathan Steinberg spoke on my behalf earlier. I had a doctor's appointment, so the timing wasn't quite right. So we're advocating for HB 6812, which would augment 8-2I to allow for the purchasing of land with fees that are gathered via the inclusionary housing authority. And we created a inclusionary housing fund so that we could create affordable housing. And what apparently occurred is there is a glitch between the 2 parts of the statute, one that allows for grants and donations to be used for purchasing of property in a affordable housing fund. But when you get the money from a inclusionary housing fee, you can't use that for purchasing housing. And what we found is the most important thing for a town such as Westport or Darien and New Canaan is the purchasing of property is the main piece that's needed to be able to create affordable housing. So we've requested to make this modification to match up the 2 pieces of the statute to allow for more flexibility with towns that have created affordable housing funds to be able to actually create affordable housing. So I just wanted to come back in and back up Jonathan Steinberg with the bill that he has proposed. CeCe Moore, our senator, is a co-sponsor, and I'm hoping that this easy fix to the statute would be amenable to all of you and bring it to the floor. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being there and putting, and sharing your thought and idea. We don't have any question at this time. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. Thank you very much. The whole goal is to create affordable housing and follow through on 830J, which is mandated that we do a affordable housing plan, which we did. And Westport is trying to do what it's supposed to do and create affordable housing. And thank you very much for the time.
We are with you, sir. We need the more affordable housing. Thanks. Our last speaker, Rep. Susan. Good to see you, Representative.
Thank you so much, Senator Chairman Rum. I'm really pleased to be here, and thank you so much for raising this bill. I really appreciate all the work the committee has been doing on housing. And so what happened is, because of a lot of issues that have occurred in my community, I proposed that we work with the COGS, our councils of government, to help us regionally with some issues. One of the things that I do, and I've been doing for more than 20 years, is I've been on the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission. And the commission, of course, looks to make sure the science in inland wetlands and watercourses is something that we actually approve to make sure that everything that's built doesn't have an impact on the wetlands. So one of the things that I discovered as being on this committee for a while is that it's very scientific, it requires engineering, and it requires legal process. And those are really, in some ways, very high skilled requirements for every single town to have to come up with. And some towns are very small. They don't have a in-house engineer. They don't have people who are maybe regular lawyers for them. So they have to look to try and find answers for some of these questions that are very, very detailed. I'm a lawyer. I can deal with the process, but when it comes to the engineering aspects or sometimes the soil scientist aspects, I need more analysis. And so I can go to my engineer, I can go to different places, but what brought this up was that I thought that the best thing to do would be to have, since the Department of Environmental Protection requires these things of each town, that maybe they should help the towns out through the COGS, through the councils of government. And this is a circumstance which wasn't really clear in the proposal that you saw. And that would be if one town says, I want to put, or that the developer proposes that they put a development near in an upland area, or in a situation that would be in a river or a lake area, that where the lake or the river is in another town or in another region of that same COG, then in that circumstance, maybe what should happen is help should be given by the COG through the Department of Environmental Protection, just to check out the scientific aspects that could be reviewed, and that would be able to, take a look and make sure that everything that was done was in conjunction with the engineering and the soil science and those requirements, because they are kind of detailed. So there's that. And then moving on to the second part of the bill, which would have the COGS help us out with the historic preservation of our buildings, which primarily are in our districts where we had mills, where we had really nice housing, historic housing, lots of apartments and those kinds of things. And most of our urban areas or suburban areas that had mills, that would be another area where we're not really able to do all the things we need to do to keep the properties maintained. And many of them end up being so deteriorated that they have to be torn down, which is we're losing our historic housing stock. So here's another idea that goes with the COGS to try and make sure that we have a situation where our towns can work with the COG to have a building inspector, building/housing code inspector, to help out with the enforcement of historic buildings that would need to, say, have some kind of restoration to make sure that they stay standing and can have the kind of, thing that we want to do, preserve the history of the state of Connecticut. And so this is the second thing that this would do. And it would be a way for us to keep the housing stock, expand housing stock. So on the one end, with the historic buildings, we're trying to expand housing stock by keeping our historic housing in good shape. And on the other hand, where you're looking at inland wetlands and watercourses, we want to take a look and see if we can make sure that all the buildings that we do are fitting within the scientific analysis that's required under inland wetlands and watercourses. And I can't thank you all enough for listening to this and raising this bill, because I think it's really important, and I'd love to have a dialogue and work with people on these things. And I've talked to the COG and Southeastern region, and they seem quite favorable towards it. And I've seen some of the testimony that's been submitted so far, and it looks good from the COGs. And I think maybe some of the language and some of the other areas where we've seen some testimony didn't quite get that this was for when a proposal is done in one district, but it's in an area where the wetland will be in different surrounding towns. So thank you so much for everything. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I just want to correct something. I was reading the list and call you by your first name. I'm sorry, I know your last name is Johnson. I'm sorry about
No
that.
worries.
I want to correct this.
You're good.
And thank you for being here today, sharing your thought and idea. This is why we're having the public hearing. The lot of bill we have, our committee, we carefully reviewing all those bills. We want to make sure, we're putting the public hearing, listening to people, hearing from the people. I know that every idea not going to become a law, but it's great to hear from the public, every idea. So thank you. It is a great, bill. I think thank you for introducing the bill. We really appreciate it. And I don't see any question at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your time.
very
and
welcome.
Thank you to the committee. Much
Yeah.
appreciated.
Of course, thank you. I think this is our last, speaker. And with that, I think what I should say is adjourn the meeting today. Thank you. Okay. So, my God, you both are full time here.